Get you anything you need, your sole provider, your satisfaction guaranteed. Check out my credentials, I got all of your essentials. I'm your provider, you don't need nobody but me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to all the wonderful race fans that have been waiting in the YouTube chat to the Eastern European Drift Cup here at the Raubichi Winter Olympics training facility. We had an awesome qualifying session yesterday, and now we get to see the top 32 battles from those top 32 drivers from qualifying to see who is going to be crowned today's champion. With me, as always, is my good friend and co-caster, Craig. How are we doing today?
I'm doing good, Tanner. I'm excited for this round here at this wonderful layout they've come up with, and a lot of outside zones, and judges want to see these drivers completely fill those outside zones. And I must say, looking great with the new paint down on the ground and not wet today. It was really slippery for the drivers yesterday with the wet surface, so it's really nice to see it dry out there today.
Yeah, nice and dry. Looks like a little bit of cloud cover, as we can see the clouds just covering up the sun right now. But a man who does know how to fill those outer zones, our number one qualifier, Roman, getting that top spot yesterday and really just going all out, even showing in the wet that you can still drive this course with your foot to the floor.
Yeah, he sure did, and I really think that's where he picked up the extra points in his qualifying run, is being super aggressive out there yesterday. Now, of course, Gocha came out on fire as well, super consistent through all three of his runs, just bang on the line, but that little bit of extra aggressiveness, I think, is what led to Roman getting that number one position.
Exactly. For those of you in the chat that are sitting there wondering where the Russian commentary would be, well, you can head over to Voka.tv or check out the description in this live stream video, and that'll show you where the Russian live stream is being held, as we have all the cars pulling out on track to do the opening ceremonies.
Yeah, a lot of cool set of cars out here today, especially that E30 there, looking good at the northeastern zone round. And I really like that Boss S14 as well. It was, really popular when it first started. It was kind of a fad, and then it died off, and now we have one here in competition today.
I think my favorite car to this whole lineup has got to be that Ford. What was the real name of it? I called it a Taurus yesterday, and that was wrong.
Yeah, it's a Taunus.
Ford Taunus. That's a cool little car.
Yeah, it is certainly rad. And we somehow got in our notes that it only had 210 horsepower, but right beside it also says LSA 6.2 liter. So I'm not sure how that adds up. There we see Magomed. I actually got little word earlier that he's been having some issues with that K24 in that Altezza. I hope he can figure that out and get it together for this top 32 round.
I really do hope so, because Magomed, a name that we know well, we've seen him drive elsewhere, and we always want to see him do well, especially in that Altezza. Such a cool car, the Altezza. So the Eastern European Drift Championship is presented by Racing.by and sponsored by Monster Energy, Parimatch, Voka TV, and Column Trade, as we saw a really nice little intro video there for Column Trade, and Ticket Pro. The way today's proceedings will work is we will start off with the opening ceremonies before getting into top 32 battles, and then taking a little bit of a break between top 32 and the top 16, and top 16 right down to the finish. Nice to see the top 32 format back, although I did like that top 16 double elimination. That was a really cool way to do that.
Yeah, when you're just a little short on drivers of not making that full top 32, I definitely think that's the way to go. Top 24 can get you there as well, but if you're also then falling a little bit short of that, double elimination top 16 was a lot of fun a few weeks ago. All of those cars lined up.
A lot of people out there today too. It's great to see so many fans out in the stands, and I think this would be a really cool place to go watch some drifting. Like
Yeah,
those
and
grandstands,
some
you
good
can see
weather
them.
today too. I guess a bit cold, 56 degrees Fahrenheit, I think is what I saw. So and a bit windy, so probably a bit cold. But overall, I mean, no rain, right?
No rain at all, which is all we hope for.
And unfortunately, we don't have a translator with us, but I think this is a cool thing that racing.by does and Parimatch does. Get these drivers out here in front of the fans and do little interviews with them in, right there in front of the fans and get them involved.
So during those sections, we will go silent, just out of respect for the series and them as well.
Getting some words with Gavrilenko. Awesome S14 that we've gotten to see 2 rounds in a row. Really cool color scheme. I like it. The purple and I guess you could call it yellow, but really close to a nice gold. Reading the chat there. Gotcha was yesterday. He actually ended up qualifying twice. And there you can see he's got his GTR out and was looking really good yesterday. And I got word today that he was really fast during practice on this dry surface. So certainly, and of course, driver to watch out for in this round of competition.
Yeah, Gocho was really strong in qualifying yesterday. One of the few who could really fill all the outer zones. As you're going to see, some of the drivers with some rear end damage. Some of them got a little too close to those walls and decided, let's take them out on our way there.
They did. And now it does seem that they are using maybe some type of foam on that outside zone 2 of the course, because it looked very soft yesterday when a couple of drivers got into the wall.
Yeah, it was close, but a lot of them, maybe that wall just isn't as tall as we perceive it to be, as it looked like a lot of them were just dragging the bumper along it. So, and especially that one right off the touch and go as well. That one is perceivably, looks a lot bigger, and then we saw the cars kind of driving over it, and I was like, well then, thought that was a wall there.
Yeah, absolutely. But, drivers do have to really drop almost 2 wheels off to get all the way out there to that first wall. And then second wall, judges are sort of expecting the drivers to get as close to that wall as possible. We'll see them run it later on after these opening ceremonies.
Костя, как тебе удалось прорваться в топ-32, скажи, пожалуйста? С боем. С боем, учитывая, что всего было 33, да?
Ну да.
Ну, наконец-таки мы Баблгам увидим в серьезных заездах, правда? Кто тебе в пару попался?
Нормальный парень, Gediminas Levickas.
Нормальный Gediminas Levickas, да. Желаем тебе удачи.
И еще одни наши гости из Украины, город Киев. Дмитрий Жайворонок, это Чайка Дрифт Скул, да, и его ученик Тимур Липский, которому всего 15 лет, и на этом БМВ он достаточно удачно прошел квалификацию и будет наваливать. Диме мы пожелаем все-таки остановить эти технические неудачи, уже надо, чтобы машина везла, потому что Дима вести ее может. Так что Дмитрий Жайворонок и Тимур Липский, город Киев. Самый серьезный человек в белорусском дрифте. По крайней мере, он так всегда выглядит. Вова Борода или Владимир Еремин, да? Город Минск.
Я бы даже еще сказал Вова Пчела, Еремин, потому что мы так и не нашли название или имя или чего-то вот этой вот пчеле. Я попрошу камеру, покажите. Мы все время смотрим на нее и так и не понимаем, что это за зверь. Ну, написано Еремин. Можно сказать, что, наверное, это где-то внутренний образ Володи. Да? Как настроение, Вов?
Отличное настроение, заряжен побеждать.
Заряжен побеждать. Это наш девиз. И, собственно, Parimatch нам тоже в этом помогает. Спасибо.
Итак, у нас на очереди никому неизвестный трехкратный победитель российской дрифт-серии. Двухкратный обладатель интерконтинентального кубка по дрифту. Георгий Чивчян, город Красноярск.
Очень. Тут к нам как-то царь приезжал однажды, и я у него спросил, какой из пилотов ему нравится, как ездит. Он говорит, мне нравится Гоча, как ездит. Я говорю, а из наших? Ну, он там что-то пытался вспомнить, кого он знает из наших. Ты, если кого-то уважаешь и боишься, может быть, из наших пилотов, белорусских?
Ну, конечно же, царя езду я тоже уважаю. Вот. Ну и планирую попасть на Рому Конdratenko в финал.
Кстати, хороший выбор, да?
Ребят, всем спасибо за поддержку, всех, кто за нас болеют. Команда Хорватавто, РТС, спасибо еще раз.
Дайте шуму Гоче!
Я, кстати, спрашивал перед парадом, много людей пришли посмотреть, как ты сегодня поедешь. Так что желаем удачи, ну и пусть будет дрифт красивый, да? Спасибо.
Следующий пилот, представитель нашей страны, город Минск, который растет и самый технический, Владислав Шубадеров. Так что дайте шуму Владу, он и свои силы пробует в этом году и в российской дрифт-серии. И я думаю, что у него все еще в будущем. Владислав Шубадеров, дайте шуму!
Влад, как ты чувствуешь себя на этой машине здесь, в Беларуси?
Ну, во-первых, всем привет. Чувствую себя прекрасно, особенно погода сегодняшняя. По сравнению со вчерашними днями, это, конечно, фантастика. То есть солнышко, все сухо, поэтому будем бороться, сражаться. Будет дым, будет красота. Я думаю, всем все понравится и всем получат огромное удовольствие от сегодняшнего представления.
Спасибо. Дрифт под шубой, Влад Шубадеров.
Один из опытнейших пилотов в белорусском чемпионате. Еще с далеких времен драг-рейсинга. Его Таврию помнят даже дедушки, которые давно на пенсии. Александр Пшеницын, Палм. На своем монстре Форд Таунус с большим V8. И, кстати, он поедет сегодня с Гочей. А Гочи, надо сказать, что Палма-то надо бояться, мало ли. Правда? Готов сегодня сражаться?
Всем привет, во-первых. Мы очень постараемся, чтобы Гочи все-таки на Конdratenko не попал. Хоть он там и нас слышит.
Сам лично будешь стараться?
Ну, с командой. Сам лично с командой. В общем, будем надеяться, что мы покажем хороший дрифт, близкий и дымный.
Это то, зачем мы все сюда и приходим, за близкий и за близким и дымным дрифтом. Ваши аплодисменты, Александр Пшеницын, город Минск. Еще один минчанин, который, в принципе, тоже, можно сказать, дебютный сезон, достаточно яркий, интересный. Неплохо у него скилл растет, и иногда я за него болею, хотя я за всех болею. Виталий Селивончик, город Минск.
Хочу пожелать здоровья и успехов, да, Виталику?
Еще один наш гость из Москвы, Российской Федерации, Николай Горковенко, который уже не первый раз у нас. Не совсем удачная прошлая его поездка была здесь. Я надеюсь, у него сегодня сложится все намного лучше. Итак, Николай Горковенко, город Москва. Санкт-Петербург. Ой, блин, все, у меня сейчас пару помидоров прилетело, как минимум в Ютубе.
Да, бордюр или поребрик, да, тогда? Поребрик, конечно, поребрик.
Не батон, а булка.
Да, давай поприветствуем тогда публику.
Да, всем привет, большое спасибо вам, что вы пришли. И надеюсь, покажем отличный, близкий, дымный дрифт.
Отличный, близкий, дымный дрифт. Супер, спасибо.
Следующий пилот, который ворвался в этом году в Про-2, начал всех там потихоньку приструнивать, потом решил, что ему пора в Про. И очень даже и неплохо, если вы были на этапе NES в стайках, то вы это все видели. Павел Ковшай, город Минск. И у нас тут дальше делегация из России, российской дрифт-серии. Борис Абрамов на своем Крока с большим V8. Город Москва, правильно? А то скажу опять не так. Тимон, это я знаю, из Питера. Если бы мы были на РДСе, Коля Свистун сказал бы, что чемпион России по кольцевым гонкам, мастер спорта. Ну и, а я добавлю, просто отличный человек, и человек, которому российский дрифт очень много чем обязан, руководитель российской дрифт-серии Дмитрий Добровольский.
Дмитрий, ну, со стороны дружеской серии, да, приветствие нашим белорусским трибунам, пожалуйста.
С огромным удовольствием. Привет, Минск! Наши болельщики РДС, они знают ответ на этот вопрос, но я решил вас тоже спросить. А кто сегодня самый крутой здесь?
Мы, говорят они, да, потому что крутые болельщики у нас.
Абсолютно. Вы просто самые лучшие, и все, что здесь происходит, это, конечно, ради вас. И если вы будете сюда приходить всегда, если вы будете смотреть этот замечательный вообще праздник дрифта, который Айк здесь устраивает, мы будем ездить все лучше и лучше, и пилоты будут все круче и круче. Спасибо вам!
Слушайте, Дмитрий, ну, как самому, не скажу старому, да, но опытному, да, да все же, да, самому возрастному.
Ты бы еще
пилоту,
сказал
да.
самый старый старому.
Да, да, поджимает молодежь, нет?
Да ты знаешь, я не успеваю даже обратить внимание, они такие все быстрые, ловкие. Но я здесь просто нахожусь совсем в другом состоянии, понимаешь, здесь такая прям как родная земля, у меня здесь очень много родственников, они вот где-то там на трибуне должны быть. Да, вон они руки поднимают.
Добровольские все?
Нет, дубовцы.
Дубовцы есть? Ну, а вон они, всю випку заняли.
Ну, извините, это Айк только все.
Прошла платежка нормально.
Нет, а у нас только братские отношения, мы никаких денег
Все по-братски, да.
нету, да.
Так что так и есть. Дмитрий
Давайте,
Добровольский!
Да, спасибо, что с нами.
Следующий пилот, мой большой друг и человек, который когда-то давно начинал дрифт в России, по крайней мере, был даже чемпионом в 2009 году. Абсолютно все, кто хоть что-то слышали про дрифт, по крайней мере, в нашем регионе, его знают. Тимофей Кошарный, Тимонче! И знаешь что, Тимон, я у тебя хочу спросить, ты помнишь, что ты делал в этот день 12 лет назад?
Нет, не помню.
Айк, только у тебя такая память.
12 лет назад, в 2009 году, у нас в Логойске был второй этап в истории белорусского дрифта. И тогда приехало очень много пилотов. Я помню, приехал Тимон. У него был этот бус Че Гевара красный. И он тогда же был победителем на тот момент, ну, насколько мог бы быть это чемпионатом. Ты помнишь же этот этап? Вот самый крутой. И как раз-таки там это было началом вообще понимания, что нам нужно EEDC, что нам нужен этот чемпионат. И с 2010 года мы это начали проводить. Я у тебя не буду задавать вопросов, я тебе дам просто микрофон, ты сам все скажешь. Тут, я думаю, огромное количество твоих болельщиков.
Спасибо, Айк. Ребят, всем привет! Привет, Минск! Нам сегодня очень повезло с погодой, потому что вчера был полный ПВГ.
Да, было мокро и отвратительно, а сегодня вышло солнышко, прямо греет душу, греет мой старый комбинезон. И, короче, я надеюсь, что все получится, будут крутые заезды, а вы болейте громче, нам это нравится. Всем спасибо.
Ну,
Тимофей Кошарный, Санкт-Петербург.
А я, пользуясь случаем, хотел бы вот этих двух парней и всех, кто за дрифт, поздравить фактически с днем рождения EEDC, потому что 26 сентября 2009 года это случилось, вот зародилась
Нет,
эта идея.
это случился не первый этап, но это было
сегодня
под
символичная
спорем.
дата,
Да,
26
символичная.
сентября 2021 года, 12 лет прошло, так что Айку, друзья, поаплодируйте.
Следующий пилот, который мне очень нравится, как он растет на протяжении нескольких лет. Он был в топ-4 2 года назад здесь. Он легких путей не ищет, и под капотом его Тойоты мотор от Хонды. Магомед Амаров, город Москва. Мага, скажи мне, вот кто тебя надоумил мотор от Хонды? И знаете что? Этот мотор там работает.
Ну, инженер решил, мы вместе решили, это хороший мотор.
Еще Мага тренируется в сим-дрифте вместе, ну как вместе, и соревнуется вместе с Ромкой в разных соревнованиях. Его также спотит Тихон Полесский, наш большущий человек, который в этом деле один из лучших в мире, да, в сим-дрифте. Кто катает, если что. Я думаю, что Тихон нас слышит. Дайте, поаплодируйте Тихону, ему будет очень приятно. И он тоже со своей стороны делает вклад. Тебе это помогает вообще, эти тренировки?
Ну, Тихон это вообще монстр. И я у него еще учусь, и многому нужно учиться.
Ну что, отлично. Магомед Амаров, город Москва.
Ну, тут тоже человек, которого многие ждали, наверное, да?
Да, и уже те, которые не ждали, уже знают.
Да, и следили. Слушай, ну, если
давай я
можно,
пару
да,
слов скажу, да. Илкин Мамышев, человек, который недавно в дрифте появился, катается в российской дрифт-серии в Западе, уже был на подиуме, прошел квалификацию. Я думаю, что тот приезд в августе месяце, когда все пошло не так, хотя сейчас тоже пыталась так не пойти, но я надеюсь, все у тебя будет в порядке. Как тебе вообще в Беларуси, скажи?
Очень нравится и хочется все приезжать сюда, приезжать.
Ну так ты приезжай и приезжай, только аккуратно.
Да, вот самое главное осторожно приехать, потому что первый раз у нас мотор, а второй раз у нас Rolls-Royce.
Слушай, подскажи, пожалуйста, остались еще?
Боюсь, что будет третий, понимаешь? Я думаю, что уже машина прямо здесь в техпарке взорвется.
Тише, не надо нам такого. Если нужно, мы потом можем отдельно это устроить, но так не надо. Так что удачи тебе.
Есть еще Rolls-Royce'ов, да? Немножечко осталось. Конечно, говорит, еще есть, не переживайте, друзья.
Дайте шуму, Илкин Мамышев!
Я сюда обязательно приеду на карче Rolls-Royce, так что ждите, ребята.
Понятно, да? Кстати, это человек следующий, которого я сейчас представлю, многие из них тоже знают. Он делает тоже очень большой вклад в развитие дрифта. Он лучший дрифт-инструктор в нашей стране. И я, когда что-то спрашивают, всегда говорю, идите к Илюхе. Более того, они вместе с Мацури Бай делают Про-2 чемпионат, тоже развивают. Я их за это очень уважаю. Илья Туревич, город Минск.
Раубичи, всем привет. Хочу вам пожелать уже этой зимой попробовать дрифт. Это не так дорого, как кажется. И сейчас в доступе есть автомобили BMW недорогие, покрышки подешевели. Поэтому смелее покупайте тренировочные машины и приезжайте зимой на тренировки.
Отлично, но только на тренировке. Ни в коем случае не делайте это в городе. Я просто прошу вас. Это небезопасно, и вы все равно ничего не научитесь. Есть тренировки и специальные площадки, где и в том числе Илья может вас научить. Илья Туревич!
Денис Клишевский, город Пинск. И дайте шуму немножко Денису, да? Друзья, поддержите. Как вот у тебя хотел спросить, насколько влияет то, что мы тренировались и квалификацию проходили на мокром, а сейчас сухо, нужно ли сделать какие-то там корректировки, в общем, как готовность к сухой трассе?
Всем привет. Ну, что скажу, в принципе, по сухому, по мокрому особо проблем никаких нету, там пару проездов и привыкаешь. Машина везет, все хорошо, темп есть, я думаю, будем ехать красиво, дымно и близко.
Главное, дымно, потому что, слава богу, да, солнце, значит, дым будет. Друзья, дым будет, круто будет.
Следующий пилот, победитель Winter Drift Battle 2021 в Красноярске. А там заруба такая, что это нужно постараться сделать. Мой коллега по цеху, судья российской дрифт-серии Андрей Наумов. Как тебе Минск, как тебе БМВ?
Слушай, очень круто. Хотелось бы в первую очередь поблагодарить зрителей. Я второй раз в Беларуси и всегда удивляюсь, откуда вас столько здесь имеется. Также хотел поблагодарить команду G-Drive за то, что предоставили мне возможность здесь себя проявить. Буду подходить ответственно, постараюсь показать какое-то вам шоу. Спасибо.
Андрей Наумов.
Ну и Сергей и Сак принимают спасибо, да, от Андрея сразу за
Двухкратный
то, что в команду
чемпион Беларуси, победитель EEDC 2016 года. И просто хороший человек, самый опытный белорусский пилот, еще никого в Беларуси не гоняли, а он на Ниссане своим ходом в Одессу ехал, я помню, вот на этом Ниссане, между прочим. Сергей Сак, команда G-Drive.
Как старушка, кстати, себя чувствует, Сергей?
Всем привет. Старушка идеально, но натонная старушка, одна, надежная, такая бабонька своя. Спасибо, что пришли, очень приятно вас всех здесь видеть. Не сомневался, что будут трибуны забиты. Вчера, хотя когда шел дождь, то казалось, что никого здесь не будет, но спасибо, не знаю, Айку, может, что-то он уже нашел рецепт погоды, и мы всегда ездим по сухому. Спасибо большое пилотам, очень много ребят приехало с РДС, с Украины, с Литвы. Извините, может, кого-то забыл. Круто видеть 30 пилотов, которые могут навязать борьбу, и плюс эта погода, плюс то, что вы здесь, я думаю, все это вместе даст просто максимально жирную гонку. Немножечко подождем и начнем валить. Спасибо.
Договорились, подождем и начнем валить. Следующий пилот Андрей Пискарев, город Минск. Между прочим, в 2018 году он здесь занял первое место. В прошлом году был на подиуме, но в этом году все не очень пока складывается. Андрею надо какие-то выводы делать. Скажи, как у тебя настрой, вот с кем едешь, между прочим, и есть ли стратегии, и будешь ты ли ее придерживаться?
Всем привет. Я, знаете, стоял сейчас в машине и думал, о чем все вас приветствуют, благодарят. Я думаю, что же сказать, чтобы чем-то быть по-другому. Пока не нашел, скажу честно. По поводу того, что как я буду стратегию, да нет, конечно, стратегии нету. Приезжаем сюда выигрывать, показывать красивые заезды. Конечно же, большое удовольствие получаешь, когда вы смотрите и нас поддерживаете. Я это каждый раз говорю и буду продолжать, что правда, каждый пилот, когда едет, и когда вы ему поднимаете руки, класс, там, мы дают нам дополнительный стимул, там, плюс там, сколько там к нашей энергии. А дальше продолжаем гоняться, получать удовольствие, и чтобы вы получали такие же эмоции. Спасибо большое и поддерживайте нас всех.
Андрей, я знаю, как удивить. Просто самый сильный. Нет, не по тем делам, да?
В гонках все покажет. Андрей Пискарев. Рома Кондратенко. Мне с ним всегда удобно, между прочим. Действующий чемпион Беларуси уже. И тут уже ничего не скажешь. Победитель второго этапа северной европейской зоны ФИА, который у нас проходил. Потихоньку собирает кубки, очень амбициозный. Я думаю, у него еще дальше будущее. Сейчас небольшие поломки и все починят. Хотел бы что-то сказать?
Я хочу сказать, что давайте наслаждаться дрифтом. Здесь такая погода, и это последняя гонка в Беларуси в этом году. Так что балдейте.
Ну что, Рома будет валить, а мы будем балдеть.
Ром, там кто-то сказал из россиян, что хотел бы с тобой в финале встретиться. Ты с кем бы хотел бы встретиться в финале сегодня?
Да, у нас мы с Гочи по разную сторону, но надо, чтобы все сошлось, да, и я бы хотел бы с Гочи в финале.
Сколько у тебя раз с ним удавалось уже поездить? Ну, не на тренировках, а так вот в реале?
Только в GP вот неделю назад.
Как ощущения?
Его тачка валит, Гоча валит, моя тачка GP не валит, и я пока еще из-за тачки не готов, но я уже понял, в чем дело. Строится очень крутая тачка на следующий год. По плану, чтобы она стала самой быстрой, самым быстрым корчом на континенте.
Слушайте, друзья,
Рома,
следите за диким дрифтером, да, это его как бы...
Рома, когда говорит, иногда это звучит фантастически, но только у этого человека в мире руль от какой-то Мазды с лепестками и ручник на лепестках и выворот руля с редуктором в 4. Поэтому я ничему не удивлюсь, что Роме это удастся. Дайте шума Роме Кондратенко, пожелаем ему удачи, чтобы все сбылось. Пилот, который меня всегда радует, с машиной или без, он всегда улыбается, он всегда в хорошем настроении, даже когда пол машины где-то в бетоне, он выходит и улыбается. Валерий Шевелев, который жмет всегда на газ и, надеюсь, всегда попадает.
Привет, Минск. Да, я не всегда попадаю, но всегда жму на газ.
Вот. Теперь пожелаем Валерию, чтобы всегда попадал. Дайте шума Валерий Шевелев, город Киев. Дмитрий Паркхоменко из города Киева. Правильно, ты первый раз у нас в качестве пилота. Как тебе?
Отлично, очень все нравится. Это вообще, собственно говоря, моя вторая прогонка. Машина свежесобранная, настраиваем, учимся ездить. Так что думаю, все будет хорошо, все получится.
Ну, пожелаем удачи Диме. Я уверен, что все получится и машина тебя не подведет. Хотя она супер громкая. Я, если честно, ненавижу VQ-моторы с турбинами. Они режут ухо.
Это LSX.
А это LSX у тебя такой? Это можно было умудриться испортить звук LSX вот так. Но я у тебя думаю, все впереди. Ты сделаешь так, чтобы она не была такой громкой. Дайте шума Дмитрий Паркхоменко.
У нас сейчас самый немногословный пилот вообще в абсолюте. Gediminas Levickas, давайте поаплодируем.
Чемпион Беларуси 2019. И просто отличный человек. И, можно сказать, наш пятиэтажный, да? Нет? Человек-косякос? Тоже нет? Тоже нормально.
Он сказал по секрету, чтобы мы все за него сами рассказали, Айк, поэтому... Но единственное, я спрошу, откуда тачка?
С дома.
Новая?
93-го года, нет?
93-го, ну собранная вот только-только?
Только-только.
Где-нибудь попробовал ее, нет?
Пробуй пока.
Вот здесь, первая проба, да? Ну что ж, чемпион.
Слушайте, Gediminas так
машине.
много слов никогда не говорил. Дайте шума. Gediminas Levickas.
Ну и еще, да, Лабадена, да,
Сильвестрос Беляускас.
Как настроение? Ты на кого попал? Вот я боюсь спросить сразу.
Ваш чемпионом Рома.
С Ромой сразу, да, поэтому сложновато придется. Есть какой-то план на этот заезд?
Конечно, выиграть.
Конечно, выиграть, сказал Сильвестрос. Давайте поаплодируем. Отличные ребята из Литвы. И тем самым у нас здесь представлены 4 страны. Литва, Россия, Украина и, ну, давайте немножко за наших, да, наши ребята из Беларуси. Пошумим всем участникам EEDC 21 года.
Я попрошу сейчас всех пилотов подойти к центру всех этих автомобилей ряда. Мы сделаем общую фотографию, станем в линию. Красивенько. Все пилоты, подойдите ко мне сюда.
Ну и заодно поприветствуем еще раз. Я еще раз представлю судей сегодняшней гонки. Это Павел Бусыгин. Паш, подходите сюда, тоже судьи. Юрий Новиков, Алексей Вишневский. Ну хоть из уважения поаплодируйте, друзья.
А это что за передача? Откуда? Отсюда будет надо GoPro.
Ну что, пока пилоты здесь стоят, что мы должны сейчас сделать? Вы же помните? Нам нужно волну пускать, так что все садимся. Все садимся.
Ну что, сегодня без репетиций, сразу, сходу сделаем зачетную волну. Помните эту историю. Встали, посчитали, сели, посчитали, снова встали. В общем, так, чтобы волна шла бесконечно.
И при этом максимум шума. Но я вижу, что половина не садятся. Давайте, не будем терять время. Садимся все, давайте. Вот с этой стороны по команде, по моей руке. Договорились?
Те, кто не впервые, знают, умеют. Те, кто впервые, смотрите, как делают остальные. Но волна — это традиция, и поэтому давайте сделаем это круто, как мы умеем.
Готовы? Поехали! Громче!
Итак, приветствуем волной всех участников.
Снова поднялись!
Кубка Восточной Европы 2021 года.
Громче! Что-то вы вяленькие, а? Такие.
Слушайте, как волна, так и дрифт потом будет такой. Давайте пошумим, друзья, ну!
Громче! Короче, я подумал, что я вас обманул. Я сюда вас не пущу, потому что у нас не будет времени. У вас у всех есть возможность с пилотами там пообщаться, пофотографироваться. Всех пилотов попрошу по автомобилям тихонько, друг за другом. Возвращаемся в технический парк и готовимся к парным заездам.
Итак, 4 часа начнется дрифт. Будьте готовы. Расскажу вам буквально через несколько минут, как расположилась у нас сетка ТОП32, чтобы вам удобнее было за этим наблюдать. Еще раз напоминаю, подписывайтесь на телеграм-каналы racing.by, racing.by live. Там в режиме live, онлайн будет вся текущая информация по заездам, судейским оценкам и кто выходит в следующий круг. Итак, у нас случится 16 заездов ТОП32, после этого будет небольшой перерыв, и потом уже ТОП16. Сетка обыкновенная, классическая, никаких там double elimination или прочих непонятных слов. Все будет очень просто. Одна ошибка, вылет, и кто побеждает, тот проходит дальше. Но пока давайте пошумим всем машинам, пожелаем удачи пилотам и отправляем их на старт. Parimatch, Кубок Восточной Европы 2021 года.
All right, again, hello and welcome to the Eastern European Drift Cup 2021 here at Raubichi, their Winter Olympics training facility, where they came up with this fantastic layout you see there on the screen. Opening ceremonies do seem to be finishing up. We may have a few interviews coming up, so we'll have to wait and see before we kick off the top 32. Expected to be starting here in about 20 minutes. Again, little news for those just tuning in. We saw Roman, number one qualifier, not out there with his car. His car back in the pits being worked on. There you see him on the screen to the left. Got word they broke the diff. They're trying to get it fixed before the beginning of top 32, as he's the first battle out, facing off against Silvestris Belauskis. So hopefully you can get that sorted out and fixed. If you're looking for the Russian live stream, it can be found in the description of this live stream over on Voka TV.
I always like these guys' opening ceremonies. They always get the crowd so hyped and so involved in it.
Yeah, it's creative way of doing it. Bringing all the drivers out there in front of the fans and doing little interviews. And it seems a little bit of talking back and forth with the drivers as well that have some battles against each other. So all in good fun. And as you said, gets the crowd into it and gets them involved. Just looks like a party out there today.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of fun out there. There's Magomed's car. Oh, no, that's not Magomed's car. My bad. That's,
Yeah, that is Lipsky there.
Lipsky's car. Thank you.
Yeah, had a couple of hiccups here and there through qualifying yesterday, but got it together and did pretty well for himself. So we'll see him later on today. I believe he's on the right side of the bracket. Oh, there he is. Second battle against Timofey Kosharnyy. We'll see him fairly soon in the top 32.
So I guess that means our first run of the day will actually end up being a bye run if they can't get his car fixed in time.
Again, if you're watching, oh yeah, go ahead, Tanner. Oh, here we go.
I think they're just showing some replays from yesterday's qualifying. This is Denis really going out in his S13. He had a good qualifying run. This is probably the better, where he put it right up near the wall. Now this would have been his second run. As the first run, he stuffed the rear end of that 180 right into the wall, as you can see there, missing the rear bumper, missing the tail light. And this was yesterday during the rain. Super slick conditions.
Yeah, it really was, especially in that last and final outside zone. And here we go with Gotcha's run, ending up second in qualifying. And each and every run looked extremely similar yesterday. Just the consistency that he displayed was fantastic. As you can see on this run, just planting it right on the track edge there in that very slick last outside zone.
And then, of course, the all-out run that was Roman's. Such a beautiful run this was. Just left his foot to the floor through all of outer one. Did not let off. And just a beautiful job through outer two. And just his control. The car control through the whole course. He's not twitchy on the wheel. Car's staying in one spot the whole way around. And that's why he took the #1 spot.
Yeah, he certainly did, and well deserved for that aggression he displayed yesterday.
But now the drivers are going to have to get used to it all over again. I mean, practicing in the wet and qualifying in the wet, and now it's dry. Drier than a bone, with some new paint lines as well.
Yeah, from what I understand, it's actually been raining there for the past 2 days. So you're right, having to you know, do that initial practice in the wet and then qualify in the wet. Ooh, and there we see a replay of going just a little bit too far in those wet conditions and getting into that first wall at the first touch and go. There's your Ford Taunus, yeah.
The Ford Taunus doing a beautiful cone kill. We're seeing just all the mishaps from yesterday's qualifying. All the guys that didn't quite make it in their qualifying runs. And all the spins and all the wall taps. The guys that were driving over walls. Let's see if they show when he spits the cone out. Because it's been under there the whole way around.
Yeah, it sure does. And I think
there it
yeah,
goes.
right there. Great looking Boss S14.
Yeah, it has the shapings up to be a really good day, and it was getting really cool once the sun started going down and the spotlights come on. So it'll be cool to see if we go long enough to maybe see that tonight. It shows that, you know, this does go all the way to about 8:30 local time, so we might be able to get to see a little bit of the under the lights.
Yeah, I think that would be really cool here in this facility to see those big lights come on and light this track up.
As we just patiently wait for the start of Top 32. And hopefully Roman can get his car finished and get out on the start line as we got a driver interview.
Алексей, привет.
Привет.
Ты сегодня заявлен на автомобиле на Ниссане Шубадерова. Расскажи, как тебе автомобиль после своей Тойоты?
Очень жесткая штука. Я теперь понимаю, почему он на ней не мог справиться. Это реально очень сложный автомобиль, и я очень сильно с ним борюсь. И даже меняя настройки, он все равно не едет хорошо. Поэтому какие-то есть проблемы.
Расскажи, пожалуйста, насколько мне известно, это ты строил этот автомобиль?
Нет, мы только двигатель ставили. С этим проблем нет, двигатель везет, но все остальное в этом автомобиле было. У него большая судьба, это бывший автомобиль Сатюкова, с которым он, кстати, тоже справиться не мог. Видимо, у него какая-то аура не та. И я, в принципе, знал, на что иду, да, как бы я же знал, какой автомобиль меня ждет. И я думал, да я справлюсь, но куда я? И я сейчас на трассу выезжаю и понимаю, что нет, это не так просто. И даже с моим опытом, а что говорить о опыте начинающих водителей, да, таких как Влад, которые только начинают, для него этот автомобиль просто неподъемный.
Ну, значит, мы сегодня просто едем по фану, да?
Вот да, мне только что механик говорит, расслабься, не нервничай, мы же сюда ехали по фану, вот давай просто отдыхать. Но сама мысль о том, что я уже сдался, как-то меня не сильно радует.
А еще такое дежавю в Раубичах с Губановым, да?
Да, ну это прикольно. Но мы только что проехали парную тренировку, вроде без аварий, даже 4 раза проехали, и все нормально. Я думаю, что заезд будет хороший. Он усвоил ошибки, я усвоил ошибки, и все у нас получится, покажем хороший дрифт.
Супер, спасибо тебе большое, желаем удачи.
Awesome to see there. Golovnya looking pumped. And I hear he was looking super fast in practice earlier today as well.
I think a lot of these guys have the potential to, everyone could take first place today. It's such a course that kind of adapts to every kind of driving style out there. You got the long outer zones, and then the quick little touch and goes, and the short outer zone too. So I think we're going to see a lot of these guys, just a lot of door-to-door racing today.
Get a good look there at Pavel Kapshai's E30. Very well set up E30, I must say. Looked really good at the previous round, the Northeastern Zone Drift Championship. Over there, just on the other side of Minsk, here in Belarus.
We don't have a line map to show you guys. Normally at this point we would bring up a line map and explain kind of how the course works. But having it mostly on the screen here, from the very top, you'll see a little bridge. Oh, we're going to switch to another driver here. Looks like they're working on the rear end.
And it's good to see that car back together. A few months back, I believe it's the same car got into quite the accident in a previous round. We got the car back together, and he's back driving it.
Another look at Aleksey's car. Taking some photos with the fans.
I can see some, looks like Achilles on the front there.
Передо мной
I'm not sure what he's got on the rear. And here we go with
основатель
another interview.
РТС, приехал к нам сегодня в качестве пилота на своем Nissan 200SX. Расскажи, пожалуйста, как тебе у нас, как локация?
Слушай, очень классно, красиво, прямо повезло, что сегодня хорошая погода, потому что вчера было прямо тяжело ездить. Вот, и мне очень нравится локация, такая травка зеленая, очень все компактно, при этом здорово, мне нравится.
Сколько вообще в сезон в качестве пилота вы выезжаете?
Я в последнее время раз в год выезжаю куда-нибудь, и вот в прошлом году я приехал в Логойск, в этом году я вот решил в Раубичи.
Ну, насколько я понимаю, вы еще не успели протестировать новую подвеску, все новое, да?
Почему? Я потестировал, все получается, пока вроде едется.
У нас тестировали.
Ну, конечно, тренировки тоже были, да, и квалу я прошел.
Вы сегодня по фану едете, либо же все-таки нацелены побеждать?
Я нацелен хорошо покататься, показать классный дрифт, покайфовать, как бы побеждать, но если получится, конечно.
В любом случае, в следующем сезоне мы будем вас ждать?
Обязательно 1-2 этапа я в Беларусь обязательно приеду.
Ой, супер, спасибо вам большое. Удачи сегодня.
Спасибо.
Getting a good look at Milenchuk's car. I love this thing. Beautiful RA64 Celica of Mr. Milenchuk. Love to see how he has the engine bay laid out in that thing. Looks like they're adding some extra decals. Yeah, if you're just joining us here on the live stream, this is the English stream. The Russian stream can be found over at voka.tv or in the link description below. Oh, there we go. Maybe we'll stay on this screen for a little bit and I can quickly explain how the layout works. Just behind the top of your screen there, you'll see a yellow sign. The drivers will come under that bridge, and nope, I don't get it. I guess I'll have to wait till the top 32 starts to kind of explain how the layout works.
Yeah, we may even get us a little overhead view of that line map as well. Matter of fact, some of the links in the description, the Telegram might have a picture of
К сожалению, я
the
сейчас
line
подхожу
map
к
for
пилоту и начнем с
the
не
drivers
очень
to use.
приятной
Here we go, another
новости. На
interview.
прошедшем этапе на NES Drift мне пообещали, что привезут Rolls-Royce. Так и получилось, но, к сожалению, я так и не успела его увидеть. Расскажи, пожалуйста, что произошло?
У нас, да, такой казус произошел буквально позавчера, да, в пятницу. Человек, мы катались, тренировались здесь на треке, и у нас была проблема с этой машиной, и человек просто поехал, ну, то есть мы посмотрели, что он поехал, помог нам, поехал за запчастями и просто не доехал. К сожалению, произошел занос на скорости 50 км в час. Машина сама по себе тяжелая, и ее просто как бы сорвала, она у нас на блокировке, сорвала и в столб. Но, слава богу, с человеком все хорошо, он сейчас отдыхает. То есть все нормально, машина пострадала, но ничего страшного, потому что у нас изначально был план этот автомобиль собрать под дрифт-проект. И у нас сейчас, на данный момент, это типа как коробка с запчастями была до этого, просто своим ходом. Но получилось, что чуть-чуть коробка помялась. То есть, ну ничего страшного, вытащим все, что там нужно, кинем в другую машину, а это мы просто будем выравнивать, восстанавливать и будем каркас туда пихать. И, скорее всего, обязательно приедем в Белоруссию.
Да. Я, кстати, очень боялась спрашивать этот вопрос, потому что казус был из NES-дрифт, там были проблемы с автомобилем, который должен был вести боевой автомобиль и ехал своим ходом по итогу. По итогу Роллс-Ройс сейчас в утилька чуть-чуть...
Да, ну ничего страшного. Как, знаешь, вот я тебе скажу так, что, не знаю, может, мы так воспитаны нашими родителями, что все, самое главное – здоровье. Остальное это такое у нас приходящее, уходящее. Деньги приходят и уходят. То есть, ну, это с этим, как, ну, это жизненный цикл, можно так сказать. Главное – оставаться в таком моим человеком. Очень много, кстати, есть, я скажу, с вашего позволения, то, что многие люди, которые есть, не зная информацию достоверную, начинают писать какую-то ересь, клевету, то есть, ну, говорят, ну, как бы не обращая внимания, но когда говорят люди, там, с которых, ну, там, грубо говоря, там, 3, 5, там, 6 человек, а когда медиа кидает, грубо говоря, вот эту всю клевету, а у него подписчиков там 1100-150, уже вот эта общая картинка складывается. А он меня не знает лично, он не знает, что делать, но он будет думать, что вот я такой, сякой. То есть, ну, прошу обращать на это внимание. Если вы хотите какую-то информацию достоверную, сперва убедитесь, а потом уже можете что-то говорить. Потому что, говорят, был я за рулем, но это не так было. И мы сидели в ресторане, ждали человека, и мы просто не могли дозвониться. И в итоге получается так, что нам скидывают фотографию, что машина в столбе. Я даже сперва не поверил, потом думаю, ну ладно, бывает, поехали. Все, мы стартанули, поехали. Сурана уже не было, он у нас уже в больнице был. То есть ребята тоже оперативно все сработали. Спасибо большое за вот это все. То есть дорожной полиции, то, что они даже особо, по-моему, не дожидаясь скорой, посадили, его увезли сразу в больницу, потому что у него было там определенные проблемы. Но все бывает в жизни. Надо быть ко всему готовым, и никогда нельзя, точно не то, что расстраиваться, никогда нельзя это очень сильно воспринимать к сердцу, потому что если это все делать воспринимает, то вы бы, наверное, представляли, какое мое лицо, я бы здесь ходил бы недовольный. Сам бы человек, который попал в аварию, он бы очень сильно переживал, а мне это вообще не надо. То есть это наш друг, как бы это не значит, что я сейчас разложил Роллс-Ройс, мы с ним не будем общаться. Да нет, ну как просто, я ему сказал в угар, как будешь со мной разбирать Роллс-Ройс вместе. Он такой сказал, да, конечно, хорошо, без проблем.
Как на гонку? Есть настрой? Боевой?
Да, боевой настрой у нас есть. Первый раз я на таком, на самом деле, крупном мероприятии, то есть, когда мне объяснили, что это такое, я понимаю, что да, достаточно круто, что я здесь. И мы катались, и я понимаю, что, в принципе, конкурировать можно, но тяжеловато будет, но мы сможем. В итоге мы, когда катались, щупали эти грани. Вчера мы пощупали заднюю левую подвеску всю, короче, сегодня мы пощупали жопа морда. То есть мы это все пощупали. Теперь самое главное, хотя бы никуда не коснуться, потому что если я коснусь сейчас, то это уже точно вылет, потому что у меня передняя часть автомобиля, где двигатель, интеркулер, все открыто. Типа просто я могу сейчас ногой пнуть, и он никуда не поедет. Вот такая ситуация. То есть готов, настрой есть боевой. Главное машину оставить живой на следующий этап.
Желаем тебе успеха. Спасибо большое.
Спасибо большое.
And there were a few words there from Ilkin as we're looking to get these drivers hopefully on track shortly. I think we got another 4 minutes before we go to the green light. As Gorkovenko gets backed into his pit stall. Left hand down. There we go.
I believe we can maybe hear a car getting their tires warmed up for the first battle. Hopefully Roman got his car situated.
Well, and even then, Roman could take his 5-minute timeout as well, which would just move them right on to the next battle, which would be Timofey and Timur.
Whoop. Yeah, we're cutting to the start line. And yeah, I think you actually read something in the rule book that he would possibly be allowed 10 minutes total of time?
Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, everybody in the chat, but reading through the rule book, it stated that You know, they get two separate 5-minute timeouts, and one's to be used before the top 16, the other one's to be used after. But if one's not used before the other, they can both be used together. But I don't know if you have to make it into the top 16 for that rule to apply. So I guess we can only sit and wait.
Yeah, absolutely. Fingers crossed for Roman, though. And there we have the left side of the bracket up on the screen. Kondratenko again, supposed to be first here, qualifying first yesterday. That top score. But I do think we are going to have Lipsky and Kosharnyy up first for our first battle of top 32.
We will have to wait and see. As we move over to the right side of the bracket, so everyone can see that.
And again, top right, that number 2 position held by Gocha. Have to see if he can take it all the way to the finals in that GTR of his. I think another one to watch out for today, down towards the bottom there, Golovnya. Getting word that he was super fast here on this dry surface. Another one as well, Magomed Omarov, facing off against Gavrilenko later. The second half of the top 32. Been hearing he has been having some engine troubles with that K24 in that Altezza, so hopefully he can figure that out and get it ready for his top 32 battle.
Yes, it looks like they're going to do exactly that. So that would be the 5-minute timeout being used by Roman. So we're going to move our first battle of the Eastern European Drift Cup is going to be with Timofey in the lead lane and Timur giving chase. And they are off for the first runs of the top 32. Timofey out front, Timur giving chase as we see the initiation. Good job right out, but whoa, going all 4 off there is the lead driver of Timofey as they transition into outer zone 2 and now into 3. I'm a little stunned. I didn't think these cars would be making this much smoke around here. Now that we get to see it in the dry, that is insane to see the first run of the top 32 completed.
Absolutely. A fantastic start here to the top 32. And as you pointed out, a ton of tire smoke from that lead driver. So we see him go off track just a little bit there in that lead position, just with a ton of momentum. Way different from what we saw yesterday in the slick surface cars, really moving through the course this time. And overall, an okay lead other than going off in that first outer zone. And Timur doing everything he can to try and keep up in that chase position.
He's definitely trying. I think the judges are looking at a second replay there to see that off, but that is definitely 3 tires off there.
Timur just coming up a little shallow there in that last outside zone. We'll wait and see what he can do in that lead position as we switch these drivers around for the second half of the very first battle in top 32.
There's the slow-mo replay showing.
That's close to 4 tires off, I think.
That's what I was saying, 4 tires off. He dropped all 4 of them. It's just a little too much sauce coming into that first outer zone.
Yeah, and actually getting word, so 2 tires off from the lead driver specifically is a 0.
Oh,
so
wow.
that is going to be it's going to be a 0 for that lead position there.
So now we got him back around and flipped around and ready to duke it out one more time. So now Timofey will be giving chase, and Timur in the BMW will be leading. They get the thumbs up from our marshal, and the light goes green. Timur out front, but right behind him is Timofey as Timur initiates in, getting that touch and go. Whoa! Right beside him, though, and causing a spin was Timofey, just a little too deep into Timur. Timur, all he's got to do now is complete the run as we see him flying through to outer zone 2, now into outer zone 3, doing a good job keeping it nice in that outer zone, and finishing out the run is Timur.
Yeah, nice composed lead out front from Timur in the second half of the battle as we go back to the side-by-side replay here. Firing that car in, getting in that first box for the touch and go, and then nicely into outside zone 1 as that chase driver just over-rotates there, coming in with just a ton of momentum, maybe a ton of grip into the rear of that car as we see Timur just finish out the second half of that battle, and I believe he will get the win and move on into the top 16.
I would believe that as well. And there it is. Yeah, Timur getting the win and advancing on to the top 16. As we move on to our next battle, Vladislav Shubaderov up against Vitaly in the S14. Shubaderov in his S15. So Shubaderov will be leading, Vitaly will be giving chase. Initiating in now is Shubaderov right out to the track edge on that touch and go, transitioning into outer zone 1. Falling behind is Vitaly, trying to stay out of that smoke and get back up on through outer zone 2. Starting to make up some ground using that inside line. Not all the way deep. Whoa, almost over-rotating and losing all of his speed. Vitaly in that chase position.
Yeah, Shubaderov looking really strong out front here as we go back to the replay, getting into that touch and go area and then nicely into outside zone 1, creating a gap between him and that chase driver, getting into outside zone 2. Does cut the track just a little bit there. Judges want to see him on a little bit more of an outside line. Nicely through outside zone 3 as again he just pulls away there in that lead position.
Well, now we'll have to see what Vitaly can do out front as we get the slow-mo replay of that first outer zone.
And just playing it out front is Shubaderov. Does leave that outside zone 1 just a little bit early, but overall good line here. Smooth transition across into outside zone 2.
Now, for those of you first time tuning in, you don't know the layout, there are 2 DXL zones, one at the entrance into outer zone 1 and one at the entrance into outer zone 3 are the 2 DXL zones here. So I know the judges are probably looking at those decel zones as well. As they are flipped around and doing battle one more time. Vitaly on his lead run. Shubaderov giving chase. Good job through the touch and go into outer zone 1. Shubaderov sticking right with him, sticking to a more inside line. It's turning out to be a decent lead run there for Vitaly. Not as deep into outer zone 3 as he'd like to be though. But Shubaderov just playing it safe and just keeping a good minimal distance between the 2.
Yeah, I think Shubaderov did everything he needed to do in this chase position to solidify his win here with this top 32 battle as we go to the replay here, getting a side-by-side. Not too bad in that first outside zone from Vitaly, but comes up short of outside zone 2 and then falls short once again for outside zone 3 and ends up working that car to the outside. But again, Shubaderov right there with him. As they come across that finish line, we'll go to the judges, and there it is. Shubaderov will get the win and move on into top 16.
Yeah, well earned there from Shubaderov. He definitely showed out and showed why he is a force to be reckoned with in this series. As we will move on to our next drivers. There we go. Rostislav and Dmytry. Dmytry just warming up his tires there. Oh, sorry, that is Rostislav warming up his tires. Really warming them up. Oh, Dmytry's only getting a bye run.
Oh.
So Rostislav not able to make it to the start line, which means Dmytry is going to get a bye run. Put on a show for us, Dmytry. And this is how the course is supposed to be ran. Get a little bit of a practice in on the dry.
Wow, if he can keep this pace up for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it was a very good bye run.
Flying through the course.
And good angle. He was quick. Line was good.
Yeah, not a bad little practice run for him here. Getting a bye run in the top 32. Which he will actually go on to face Shubaderov later on in that top 16 battle.
As we have Boris in the lead lane in that beautiful BMW. And Andrey beside him in the blue BMW. Lead lane is Boris. Behind him is Andrey. Good initiation into that touch and go. Andrey kind of a little hesitant on that initiation. You see him come through outer zone 1 and now initiate into outer zone 2. Transition to outer zone 2, sorry. Looking good. Big snap to angle was Boris. Andrey just trying to keep up and keep that door closed, but can't really get there. And kind of struggling a little bit throughout that whole first round.
Yeah, and we're going to go back to the replay here. Well, maybe not. But as you said, not too bad of a lead run, but he definitely had a mistake there in between outside zone 1 and outside zone 2, putting him on quite an awkward line, and I wonder if it maybe even affected that chase driver. And here we go, back to the replay, firing that car into that first touch and go. Yeah, car almost shuts down there for a second. He gets back in it, makes a big correction, ends up into outside zone 2 quite late. And Andrey doing what he can to get back into the fight in that chase position. Here we go with the slow-mo. See if we can get a better look at that semi-shutdown. There he goes back into power. Drives forward. You see the chase make a correction. Chase even driving quite straight there for a moment. We'll have to see which way the judges go with the first half of that battle.
Yeah, very interesting first half of the battle there. That mistake, it almost looks like he clutch kicks the car and it just doesn't respond and turns in the way he wants it to, and then out of nowhere it just snaps on him. So we'll see what Boris can do in the chase position, as Andrey will now lead as they sit there and wait for the green light. Jumping Andrey a bit was Boris as they initiate in, getting nice and deep into that touch and go, but right beside him is Boris as he leaves that outer zone 1 early. Now transitioning into outer zone 2, not quite filling it and getting it where he needs to put the car. So Boris just doing what he can just to mimic Andrey while keeping a safe distance as they come across the line.
Yeah, this might end up being a tough one for the judges to call here as we go back to the side-by-side. You see lead leaving that outside zone 1 just a little bit early, but overall staying on an okay line through outside zone 2, really close to dropping 2 tires there in that lead position coming into outside zone 3, but he hangs on to it and ends up finishing the run very strong there. So we take another look from a different view. And it looks like he manages to hang on to a tire onto that track and not dropping 2 tires, as if he did that in the lead position, it would be a 0.
And Andrey's the win over Boris.
Absolutely. Good job by Andrey. Definitely had to make that big correction in his chase with the mistake from the lead position. And he'll move on into the top 16.
And this top 16 bracket, it's filling up fast.
Certainly is. Moving on through the drivers quickly. And it looks like we've got Sergey Sak up next against Dobrovolskiy.
And Sergey there in that G-Drive 370Z in the lead lane. Beside him, there is Dmitry in the Boss S14. The Starper Stars Boss 14 versus the G-Drive 370Z of Sergey as they transition into that touch and go. Not too much angle there from Sergey out front, but Dmitry going super wide and almost going right off course before bringing it back on. Looks like he's having trouble getting the power down and keeping that grip together in the car. Sergey's just doing everything he can out there. Not that smoky, not that flashy, just a nice conservative run for their first top 32 battle.
Yeah, it certainly was. Here as we go back to the replay, big mistake in that chase position there, but out front, hanging on to that line, getting into outside zone 2 and transitioning into 3, doing what he needs to do to stay into that zone as they finish out the first half of their battle. I have to imagine here Sergey's going to have a big advantage going into the second half, with the Dobrovolskiy going off track in that chase position.
Yeah, and a hard track other than in the 2 other spots to judge if you're really off or not, if you got the line right, if you know you kind of messed it up. As the other 2 spots, well, they have walls. Those will tell you if you went in too fast or not fast enough. But the rest are just wide open. All right, back up to the top of the hill they are and flipped around. Dmitry in the lead lane now and Sergey giving chase. They give the thumbs up and the light goes green. Off they come down the hill. Dmitry out front initiating in. Nice out to the track edge for the touch and go. Transitioning into outer 1. Ooh, very close, almost 2 tires off there. Out of outer zone 1 as they transition through outer zone 2. Right close to him, though, and in the proximity bubble is Dmytry, as there's a full off course there from Sergey, not able to keeping it together as they cross the line.
Yeah, unfortunate to see, because I do think that is going to be a 0 in that lead position. Really close to dropping 2 tires off there in that first outside zone, but gets it together, transitions into outside zone 2. And there he goes, falling off the track, going 4 tires off there in that lead position. They do end up finishing the course. Take a look at it in slow motion here. There we go. 2 of the judges. Sergey Sak will get the win and move on into the top 16, where he will face off against Andrey Piskarov.
That'll be great to see him and Andrey go out together. But now we have Konstantin in the GT86 in the chase position, and Gediminas in his S13 in the lead lane. Gediminas Levickas is a wonderful driver out here, but Konstantin is no joke either. Good initiation into that touch and go, keeping that angle right as we come into outside zone 1. A little bit of problems there for Konstantin coming off of that initiation, trying to make up for it now though as they come through outer zone 2 and transition into 3. Good lead line here from Gediminas, and ooh, a shutdown right before the end of the start line. Hopefully that won't count.
Yeah, I hope he's not having some engine troubles as we go back to the replay. And a fantastic lead run out front, very aggressive and super committed from Levickas here in his S13, transitioning into that last and final outside zone, hammered down and just flies through the rest of the course.
And some beautiful shots of these slow-mos.
They certainly are, as we see him leave that first outside zone. We see Andrey in that chase position get tangled up in that second transition of the course. We go to the overhead. Oh yeah, almost a reinitiation there in the chase position. Good on the drone operator to catch that.
I always give credit to those drone operators. That's not an easy task. I know I tried flying one and I crashed it right away. So here we go. Flipped around for the second half of their battle. Konstantin out front, Gediminas in the chase. Good initiation from Konstantin, kind of getting into that touch and go zone, not going that deep into outer zone 1 with Gediminas behind him going, hey, this is how you fill these zones. Do what I'm doing. As Konstantin is into outer zone 3, but a spin from Gediminas in that chase position, and that could change things up big time.
It certainly could, especially depending on how the judges see that mistake from Konstantin in his chase position. But here we go back to the replay. Entering into the first outside zone, just a little bit shallow there as Konstantin transitions across, gets into outside zone 2. And then here we see Levickas over-rotate in that last and final outside zone, shutting the rundown for himself in that chase position. So we'll wait on these judges here to see if Konstantin's going to move forward.
Yeah, so far the judges' days has been made pretty easy, but this one might make them think a little bit. So I think they might also look at the line of Konstantin as well to make sure he wasn't in the way and he's not the one at fault for impeding that rear driver.
And there it is. Yeah, Konstantin is going to get the win and move on into the top 16.
Very good job from Konstantin. I mean, just did what he had to do, and sadly that spin earned him the win into the top 16. Next batter here, Ilya in the lead position, and Dmytro in that chase with the GT86. Ilya in the SC300. That Soarer power getting off the line fast underneath the bridge, initiates in now into that first touch and go, nice and deep into it with a wide transition into outer zone 1 and filling outer zone 1 beautifully, but right beside him is Dmytro in that GT86, not giving him any room to try and get away as they transition into the final outer zone. Sticking with them right up to the door and onto that rear quarter fender to the finish line.
Yeah, Ilya doing a good job out front, firing that car into that first touch and go, getting into the first outside zone there. But as you pointed out, Chase Parkhomenko doing what he needs to do here. Smooth transition in that chase position, works himself into the pocket of that lead car. And there they go across the finish line for the first half of their battle.
We'll just wait for them now to get back up to the top of the hill. The only problem with not having a return road all the way up there is they got to drive up the hill the same route they came, so it takes just a little bit longer to get up there and get turned around.
Worth it for the slow-mo replay cams, though. Here we go with the overhead. Taking another look at it. Lead just dropping a single tire there in that last and final outside zone, but overall, very good and aggressive lead out front.
It was a very clean lead. Now we'll see what Dmytro can do in that lead position in the GT86 and getting chased down by Ilya in the Soarer SC300. Underneath the bridge they come. No initiation yet. There it is. Coming into that touch and go, not going as deep as he'd want to, but sticking with it, and a spin from Ilya, and oh, a spin from the the lead driver as well.
Yeah, I'd have to say the spin from the lead car out front, I think, was a little bit more awkward, as it seemed the contact was over and done with, and then maybe an issue with the car as we go back to the replay here, almost filling that first touch and go, and then small tap there. And then a quick shutdown of the lead car. Very interesting.
Yeah, almost like they both just over-rotate for almost no reason. Ilya maybe getting caught out in the DXL zone. Oh, getting pushed off the track, so maybe a car issue. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you see the contact is early. He's on throttle, and then all of a sudden the car just shuts down and he gets on the brakes.
And he's like full lock on the brakes.
Yeah, I was going to mention maybe that, you know, his brakes possibly locked up, but if they're able to push the car off track. Unless, of course, the car shuts down while it's still in gear and doesn't engage the clutch. Could be a thing as well.
Definitely could be. As we wait to see what the judges will think about that run.
Yeah, we may even have to wait here and see if he's going to call a competition timeout.
Yeah, as it did look like he had some sort of issue with the car.
Yeah, and taking a look at it there as well. And if I look back on the track map, the decel zone starts right about here, right before that outside zone. And the way the track map is kind of laid out, it implies that the judges maybe want to see the drivers pick up throttle a little bit sooner. And I sort of wonder if that's maybe what the judges are looking at here with these replays, is how long it actually took him to pick up the throttle here. As you see him transition in, still not on throttle, and there he picks it up. Yeah, it was quite late.
And looking at the smoke line too, it definitely looks like Ilya gets on that throttle right away after the decel zone, sorry. And the power just isn't there yet for the GT86.
Yeah, almost halfway through that first outside zone before he really picks up that throttle and gets going, really right before that contact from Ilya in that chase position.
This will be one for the judges to debate, that's for sure.
And look at there. Parkhomenko is going to get the win and move on into the top 16 over Ilya. So looks like the judges were okay with when he picked up that throttle. And just after the contact with the chase spinning out, the run is pretty much done for there.
Yep, definitely.
At that point.
As we have the fan favorite Gocha at the line. In the lead position in that beautiful Nissan GTR. Beside him, Alexander Ford Tanis. I love it. I'm a sucker for these old boxy 90s looking cars, so it's really cool to see this thing out here. But the fan favorite in the lead. Gocha is sending it in. Whoa, little bobble there on initiation, but makes up for it on the touch and go. Gets on throttle really early for outer zone 1. Huge transition, stuffing it into the wall. And he keep it going. Oh, he shuts it down as a pass is made by Alexander. And Alexander's going to keep the run going. That was the best move, honestly, Alexander could have done in that situation.
Yeah, I think so. Going back to the replay here, we can see the grip that Gocha's got dialed into this GTR as he is flying through that first outside zone. Transitions across with just a ton of speed and buries it into the wall and shuts the run down.
Yeah, I really feel like there was nowhere for Alexander to go. You kind of see him hesitate if you watch. Oh, look at that, breaking the wheel of the GTR. But now watch here, the GTR tries to get back into it. And right there, there's nowhere for Alexander to go. He was still on the throttle. Wow, that rear control arm is busted. Yeah, expecting the GTR to still have that speed after the wall tap, but wasn't there, and he just stayed on it. So the recovery crew is going to grab that GTR. Poor Gocha. Oh, broken suspension too.
Yeah, lots of damage to that GTR underneath.
I don't have the chat up, but F's in chat for Gocha's car. I don't know if a 5-minute timeout is going to be good enough to get that thing fixed. Here's the replay again, just hitting that wall too hard with not enough angle, so that way it hit the rear of the car. Instead, it kind of hits it on a weird angle and just shatters that whole rear end.
Yeah, it certainly did. Just transition with so much momentum there in that section of the course, sending him right into the wall.
And again, just to mention, no fault Alexander for his pass there. I mean, I almost would have done the same thing. He was still on throttle, lots of speed. It was safer to get back on the throttle and keep going than to get on the brakes. As our announcer there is talking with Gocha.
Seems to be in good spirit.
Громче, ну! Перед вами часто Легочи извиняется!
Nissan GTR прошли не очень удачно, но тачкой я доволен, поэтому увидимся на следующем этапе.
Спасибо, Гоча, спасибо. Давайте пошумим. Сенсация номер 2, Айк.
That's right, Gocha. Walk away happy. You were on fire throughout qualifying, and
здесь Гоча в этом
what a crazy
заезде не
turn of
оказался
events.
им, потому что сам ошибся.
Yeah, fan favorite going out early here in the top 32.
Возможно, чуть больше инерции ее, вес.
Well, and I mean, if I'm another driver, if I'm Shubaderov, if I'm any of the other drivers out there, even Artur, I'm looking at it going, well, now Gocha's out. He ain't getting that fixed in a 5-minute timeout. Roman has yet to come to the line.
Ну и Саша Пшеницыну.
They haven't even done Roman's run yet.
Улыбнулась удача,
And if
он,
Roman
значит, этого
doesn't make it,
достоин, будет
every
ехать
other driver, they're going, this is my shot. I could take this home today. So I think we're going to see some even more aggressive driving from a lot of these guys out here.
Yeah, it really knocks the door open.
There was
looking at it again, he just flying through the course into that second outside zone.
Yeah, seeing it yesterday from today, the grip level and just how much faster they're going through it. There is one shot I hope they show here, but Gocha is actually tripoding off of outer zone 1. I noticed it on one of this, and I had to double take and go, is he? Yeah, and the whole inside tire is completely off the ground. I don't know if we'll see that angle, but here we go with Alexander being deemed the winner. And moving on to the top 16 over the crash against Gocha. Sorry for the bit of dead air there. Me and the co-caster just chat amongst ourselves there quick, just kind of discussing this even further and just stating to each other just the speed that he hits the wall at is just, you know, it's so great that was the only thing that was happening. There he is waving his hand as he steers his car back to the pits and hopefully gets it rebuilt and ready to go again. Not today, but in a future event.
Yeah, luckily it doesn't seem to be a whole lot of body damage to the car. Mainly just that rear bumper, that rear diffuser that he had there on the bottom.
It'll just be how many suspension parts he broke. Because looking at that rear tire, that looks like, looks like the lower control arm for sure. Maybe the tie rods and, the toe arms and probably the coilover as well.
Yeah, that whole rear left, I believe, is going to have to be replaced. That multi-link rear suspension. Especially when you have adjustable arms like that. They're all sort of designed to crumple in specific areas so that it saves the wheel, saves the hub. So he'll probably be replacing it all today or sometime in the near future. And we're moving on to the next battle.
Yep, we have Gocha moved off the track. The track is nice and clear again. So now we have Valeriy in that S14 in the lead lane, getting chased down by the Sonic BMW of Nikolay. Nikolay right in behind him, and there's the initiation of Valeriy. Ooh! Tried to get it to kick, but just couldn't get the car to react and shuts down the run completely. Nikolay was expecting him to try and reinitiate or something, and then had to get right on the brakes before slamming into the back of him.
Yeah, and as they drove through the track there, I almost wonder if maybe some transmission issues. But yeah, enters in and then shuts it down really fast. I'm not even sure if he was really able to get all the way into the throttle there.
Yeah, I'm not too sure as we wait for them to drive back around and switch positions. We get an even more in-depth look at Gocha's car. Let's see, Mr. Cameraman, show us some of the broken bits. We want to see what's all broken under there. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, that whole rear.
Give us a little peek there, cameraman. Oof. Yeah, that's...
Yeah, I guess the biggest thing you can hope for is no subframe damage, but I think it should be fine.
Yeah, looking at what I could see, didn't look like anything in there looked too bent, but ooh, and some smoke coming out of, that'd be Shevelev's car.
Valeriy's car, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe popped a coolant line, or he's overheating. That could be why he shut it down so fast. Yeah, that's hot. You're gonna need some gloves. It's okay, I've been there too. Been in a rush and just grab it and send it in. We'll deal with the burns later. There we go. Grabbed himself a pair of gloves. Looking at the car like there's nothing we can do. Hopefully not. Valeriy's out of the car. He's pointing back to the pits. Oh no.
I actually think that is a crew chief there hopping into the car.
Oh no, look at Valeriy, head down. Watching his car drive away. Wonder what happened there with that. And we did see it shut down, but really
yeah, and he certainly looks bummed as well. That might be something serious that may not be able to get fixed. But then his crew chief who hopped in the car looked like he was in a hurry and wanted to rush off to the pits to maybe get it fixed. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, see if maybe they did call a 5-minute timeout. Maybe it was just a split coolant line, or maybe just a quick turbo change. Oh yeah, you can see the mechanic running right to that hood. We see a lot of movement underneath, and there's the timer. The 5-minute timer is on the car. They are going to try and get this done in 5 minutes, whatever might be wrong with it. Now this is exciting. I haven't seen a timer in a while. So we're going to move on to the next battle. Next battle of Nikita in the Carvel Racing JZ890 Supra. And giving chase is going to be Milenchuk in the beautiful RA64. Nikita in the lead position, did great in qualifying. Let's see how he does in the dry. Sends that Supra in. Look at the smoke off of it. Dropping 2 tires though as he comes through outer zone 1. Now to transition into outer zone 2. Watch that wall. Right up against it. Transitioning one last time to outer zone 3. Keeping it nice and deep. Milenchuk has just been sticking with him the whole way around this though, trying to stay out of that massive smoke cloud that Nikita had been laying down.
Yeah, the lead run from that Groza A90 Supra. Fantastic. Tons of wheel smoke as well as we go back to the replay. And as you pointed out, he does go off track just a bit there. It's going to be really close to 1 or 2 tires off. Definitely 1. But if it is 2, that lead driver is going to get a 0. So I think we might see this run in a couple of different angles here. But other than that, I mean, just flying through the course and looking dialed. Yeah, he doesn't look to be too far off there from that angle. And just huge advantage over that Celica in the chase position.
And look at this. Look how close he brings this to the wall here with that rear diffuser. Whoosh. I thought we were about to see another Go-Chan moment, but he just scrapes that rear bumper.
Yeah, really, I think the closest you can be without getting into the wall. As we go to a different view here. Yes, so close.
That's so close.
And really hard to see with all of that tire smoke he had.
You know, something we're discrediting a little bit here is Milanchuk's run to stick right with Nikita, having to sacrifice the line a little bit, going a little farther inside. But what a run for him. And yeah, it looks like they're tightening the turbo bolts.
I'm almost wondering if it was an oil line to the turbo.
Yeah, definitely.
It might have been
be
loose.
Well, we'll keep up on what's going on with that 5-minute timeout as we got Milanchuk in the lead run now, and Nikita giving chase now. Nikita's car is very fast. Milanchuk's isn't the fastest. So this is really going to show the car control that JZA90 has. When we see them initiate into the touch and go, right up on him is Nikita, but a good transition into outer zone 1 for Milanchuk. He was looking great. Oh, see, and that's what I was talking about. The JZA90 hits him, throws him offline, and now it's just kind of messed up Milanchuk a little bit, but he gets back on it, starts getting back through that third outer zone, and there we go, crossing the line.
Yeah, it can certainly be tough following a chase car there. So we go back to the replay. Somewhat of a late initiation there, but gets into outside zone 1 nice, back on throttle with that super right behind him in there, as you pointed out, taking off the bumper, but you see that Celica sort of shutting it down in outside zone 2 and having to reinitiate there on that right-hand side of your screen. Here, we'll take another look at it in slow-mo as he actually pulls up that wheel. Now, here we go. Coming into outside zone 2, we see him starting to wind out, straighten out. Yeah, wheels are turning to the right there, signifying that it is somewhat of a reinitiation.
I mean, it may be a reinitiation, but they are going to give it to Nikita. Nikita will get the win and move on from Milanchuk there. Milanchuk will have to go and retrieve his bumper. As we have Artur in the lead lane and Magomed ready to give his chase run. Hopefully Magomed got the issues figured out in that car, as he was having some issues with that K24 that's in there, not the standard Beams engine. And Artur in that beautiful S14. Let's see them go. Artur in the lead, Magomed giving chase. Good through the touch and zone, dropping 1 tire as they transition into outer zone 1. Magomed staying right there with them though, as they leave outer zone 1 and transition into outer zone 2. Good job through outer zone 2 is Artur, but Magomed doing a great job of just mimicking the line, keeping with him, sacrificing a bit there. Look at Artur just dialed in through that outer zone 3 as they cross the line and finish out this half of the run.
Yeah, it looked to be a nice, calm, collected lead run out front from Gavrilenko here as we see him go into that first outer zone, pick up that throttle, and stay in it for the remainder of the zone. Make a nice transition here. Good and committed throughout this course. And Magomed doing what he can, sacrificing a bit of that line to get back into the pocket of that lead driver there. Going to a couple of more views here. A very small little bobble in that chase position from Magomed. It gets right back into it. There you see cutting just a little bit of that line in outside zone 3. And then right next to him as they cross that finish line.
So here they are right at the top again. Magomed ready to give his lead run, and Artur ready to chase him down. Artur's going to be one of those guys that he sees that Gocha's out, he sees that Roman's out. Maybe they haven't done their run yet, and he knows that he might be able to win today. Magomed initiates in, trying to get it to snap. Oh, snaps back on him and locks up completely and drives it right off course. Oh, that could have been a bad accident there with that just quick grip up and having to drive straight. Artur looking happy, waving his hand out the window.
Yeah, Artur is certainly going to get the win here in this top 32 battle. As I guess we see those problems that Magomed had earlier in this K24 powered Alteza as he drives right straight back into the pit there. Certainly got to be frustrating having these engine troubles here for the Eastern European Drift Cup.
Yeah, and there it is. Artur getting the win over Magomed, and hopefully Magomed gets those issues figured out. I want to see that car just be driven the way it's meant to be, and that is on the limiter. So we will see Artur in the top 16. And now, sitting at the line is the Sonic BMW of Nikolay, and looking like a buy run as the S14 could not get it fixed in time. The 5-minute timer ran out. And he gets the thumbs up for his buy run. And here he goes, initiating in, just getting some practice on the dry. This will help him out for his top 16 battle.
And correction there, the graphics showing Roman Kondratenko. But that is not correct. We haven't seen Roman yet. Unless he got a borrowed car, you know?
I mean, we've seen it before in other series. When I look back over to, I believe it was either BDC? Or was it? It wasn't Drift Masters. So, where I believe it was one of the Shanahans broke their drive shaft and they borrowed a friend's car and then broke their drive shaft.
Here we see the S14 that would have been in the second half of that battle.
Yeah, poor Valerie. Here we are, our next battle, Kapshai. Kapshai Pavel in the E30 BMW up against the G-Drive 180SX of Denis. Now, Denis put this 180 into the wall yesterday, so let's see what he can do. But Pavel looked really strong during qualifying as they both initiate into that touch and go, not that deep, but keeping it together. Ooh, that was close, maybe 2 tires off. Whoa, cutting off the line though to the chase driver. A big correction had to be made by Pavel to get out of the way of Denis in the lead. And now Pavel just kind of trying to stick with him. A lot of bobbles there through outer zone 3 as they finish out the run.
Yeah, I knew we were going to have something on our hands here with these two aggressive drivers. Here we go with the replay. A correction needed from the lead, which may have led to that in the chase position, but gets right back into it. Transitions along the bumper right into the pocket here. Does have to make another correction in this last and final outside zone. But either way, I think advantage here to Denis out front. in this 180SX.
I think the judges are going to look at... Oh, yeah, that is definitely 2 tires off there for Dennis, sorry. And then with that major line correction and having to cut off the chase driver, we'll see what the judges make of that.
Yeah, that's what I wonder as well. Like, as he entered into that first outside zone and started to fall off the track a little bit, he starts to make a correction. The car loses momentum there and then gets back into it and sort of cuts the line, somewhat cutting that chase off and maybe possibly forcing him into that correction there. We'll wait and see. That is for the judges to deliberate and decide on.
So now, Pavel Kapshai in the lead lane. And Denis Klishchevsky ready to give chase. And here we go. Leaving the line in the lead position. Pavel initiating in. Big gap established all the way up to that touch and go as he transitions into outer zone 1. Starting to put the pressure on, though, is Denis from that chase position as they transition back, leaving that outer zone 1 really early, not really fully grabbing that outer zone 2. And the same thing for outer zone 3. Can't keep it all the way out there, but there's Denis keeping that nice proximity all the way through to the end.
Yeah, Pavel Kapshai was doing a fantastic job out front with a huge lead that he had entering into the course. He does drive away from that first outside zone, makes a nice transition here, just gets into outside zone 2, and here we see him drive off outside zone 3, gets back into it. But that may be enough in that chase position to grab the win here in this top 32 battle.
Well, we will see, as it is now in the judges' hands when we're done all these replays. And this is the one I feel like they're going to be looking at a lot. That was definitely 2 tires off there. And the cutoff. Oh, good reaction there from Pavel to see that coming. Seeing some one more times in the YouTube chat for the drift crowd. Who doesn't like to see more drifting?
Judges certainly taking a couple of different looks here. Here's Pavel Kapshai in his lead position. Again, leaving that first set of outside zones just a bit early, as well as coming into the third one a bit shallow. But a nice gap established there as they first enter in. But good job on chase to reel him back in quickly.
All right, looks like we're in the overhead screen. That normally means the judges have made a decision, and they're ready to throw up that wonderful graphic to tell us, oh, no, we're going back to the replays. They duped us.
Yeah, close one to call here. I mean, just right on the edge in that lead position from Denis, dropping those 2 tires.
Oh, maybe this time? I'm hesitant now. Yeah, definitely a long time on this one. I think it's the longest I've seen these judges deliberate on a battle. And a one more time has been called between Denis and Pavel.
Yeah, I think a fair call, and we'll get to see him battle it out once more here in the top 32.
We sure will, but first we're going to switch it around, go to another battle while they grab probably a new set of tires and refuel and do what they got to do. The first one more time of the day. That makes me excited. So here we go. Aleksey in that Sylvia S14, and chasing him down is Sergey in his S15. Good start by both drivers, lighting up the tire as Aleksey as they come underneath that bridge. Already sideways, good through that touch and go. Look at that transition into outer zone 1, right along that white line. Now transitioning into outer zone 2. Whoa, huge washout for Sergey in the background there, leaving it all up to Aleksey to finish out his run. What a good job there from Sergey to avoid hitting Aleksey on that lockup.
Yeah, we almost had a real unfortunate accident there from that chase position. Firing the car in out front, though, and settling into that first outside zone nicely as he makes that second transition here. And there you see almost a really bad accident there, but good job to keep it going, filling that last outside zone and finishing out the course. There we see he's shutting it down. So close there. Get another angle of it. And we were told earlier to, keep a lookout for Golovnya, as he was looking fantastic in practice earlier today. And he looked good in that lead position just now. We'll wait to see what he can do here in the chase position.
And now they're back up at the top of the hill, and we are going to see what he can do in the chase position. As Sergey is in the lead, and Aleksey's giving chase. Let's see if Sergey can put on as equal as a lead run to what was Aleksey's. Good transition from touch and go to outer zone 1. Keeping it on there. Look at the smoke bellowing. Ooh, deep into the wall, shredding the whole rear end of the car. There's no rear end left to the 180. And he's still on it. Holy man. As they come around that final outer zone.
Yeah, holy smokes.
Wow.
Here we go with the replay. And you see Golovnya has to sort of sit back and wait for that first transition. But then right back into it. Does sacrifice a bit of line there in that chase position, but just flying through the course. Does drop 2 tires, unfortunately, here. So that's going to be a 0 out front as well. But man, just going after it.
What an insane tear off. Like, that took the whole fender, the whole rear bumper, and the lights, taillights, and everything. Like, now that's a hit.
That car's modular. And it's actually something that quite a few of the pro hatchback S13s have sort of done, is kind of quartered the car so that, when you need to work on, say, just one rear side, that whole entire quarter comes off all together as one piece, rather than taking the over off, then having to take the fender off and the bumper. It just all comes off together.
Well, driver number 69, Mr. Aleksey, gets the win over Sergey, and Sergey's got to go and pick up the parts of his car that he left all over the track. but it was a good effort from him. There's the quarter there. Look at that. We'll just leave it over here for him to come pick up. And 2 BMWs. Vladimir Eremin for the VVS Drift team in the lead, and the G-Drive BMW E46 of Andrey in the chase position. Let's see what Vladimir can do out front, initiating in, getting into that touch and go, transitioning into outer zone 1, doing a good job. Right behind him is Andrey, sacrificing that outer zone for the line to keep up and get back to the door of Vladimir as they transition into outer zone 3 now. Keeping it together, slowly pushing himself back out into that outer zone, but that gave room for Andrey to get right up on the door as they cross the finish line.
Nice tight battle here in the top 32 as we're almost done here. We see him enter into that first outside zone. Bit of a gap here, but by the time they make their second transition into outside zone 2, he's right back up into the pocket. A small correction from that lead there in that last and final outside zone, but gets back into it, and they're crossing the finish line together. One of the better battles we've seen here in the top 32.
I was going to say one of the closer ones for sure. They were right up on each other's door and fighting for that spot in the top 16.
Getting turned around, and I think anybody's battle here going into the second half.
All right, and here they go for the second half of the battle. Andrey out front initiating in. Vladimir ready to give chase, a lot closer on that initiation into outer zone 1. Leaving outer zone 1 really early though is Andrey. Transitioning on the bumper into outer zone 2, almost putting Vladimir out a little bit as he chose to regain that space that he lost, but not able to make up for it out of outer zone 3, and they cross the line to finish out that tight battle.
Yeah, they certainly do, and we'll go back to the replay as you pointed out. Leaving this first outside zone just a little bit early, but so does Chase, and he ends up on an even more inside line. You see there cutting the track, but then has to drop back, give room for that lead to make his transition, and it puts him on a bad line. He does an okay job to try and get back into the fight, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough to take home the win here.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy win at all. That was a very tight battle between both of them.
Taking a third look here. And again, you see driving off that first outside zone. He's getting caught up in that transition, but there he is trying to get back into it. Starts to fall out to the outside just a little bit and can't quite stay in that pocket.
Yeah, it just seems those transitions threw him off. And definitely lost his ground, especially into outer zone 3.
See side by side once again. Yeah, Andrey did have a bit of a deficit in his chase there through the first outside zone, but gets right back into it and stays in that pocket through the remainder of his chase run.
And Vladimir will get the win from the VVS Drift team. Vladimir will be moving on to the top 16, out beating Andrey from the G-Drive team there. So good job from Vladimir. That was a well-fought battle. As we have our one more time battle up at the line and ready to go.
Еще раз, смотрите, в первом заезде небольшое преимущество получил Владимир Еремин, а во втором заезде Андрей Наумов очень сильно заузил траекторию в первой дуге. Его соперник пытался это отрабатывать, да, появлялось расстояние, но за счет лидрана Владимир Еремин проходит дальше. Спасибо.
So we see the drivers airing out the cars. Might be a little hot for them in there. So in the lead lane is Denis in that G-Drive 240SX. And beside him is Pavel Kapshai in that BMW E30. And off they go. They get the green light for their one more time battle, lighting up the tires the whole way down the straight as Pavel as they initiate into that touch and go. Not that deep into it, but a good transition into outer zone 1, leaving a little bit of space. Kapshai really having to leave early to keep up with speed of Pavel as they do one last transition into outer zone 3. Right around, pushing out to that outside edge is Denis in the G-Drive 240SX and crossing the line for the first half of their battle.
Yeah, first half of their one more time here, firing the car in, and a lot more aggressive this time. Denis out front, hammered down here, makes his first transition just a little bit early, comes up to outside zone 2, just a hair late, but gets into it regardless here. Makes a small correction in this last and final outside zone, but again, hammered down and finishing out that course strong.
Yeah, looking a lot more aggressive this time around, but also seeing that chase driver just cut a lot of the line, but a couple of mistakes from the lead as well, but we'll see how they do when they flip around. Here's the upper view from our drone. Kapshai opting for that, just that tighter to wide line as they come into outer zone 3. Yeah, Kapshai sticking right with them from that view as they are back up at the top and flipped around. Pavel Kapshai in the lead lane, Denis in the chase. And again, lighting up those tires down the straight as Pavel as he initiates the touch and go. Ooh, not quite into it as they transition into outer zone 2. Is that going to be 2 tires off? We'll find out on the replay. On the bumper is Denis for the transition into outer zone 2, kicking it a little wider to avoid hitting Denis as they come into outer zone 3. Now halfway through it, right up on the door is Denis wanting this win against Pavel as you see the flames shooting out from below that BMW when they cross the line.
Yeah, unfortunate to see Pavel go just a little bit wide here for outside zone 1. Definitely does look like he ends up dropping 2 tires, but they keep the run going. Gets nicely into outside zone 2. And you see there Denis in the chase position getting caught up in that last and final transition, but then works himself back into the pocket of Pavel Kapshai's E30.
Yeah, definitely an interesting end to the one more time battle, but let's see if the judges are a clear-cut decision this time around. And they do. The G-Drive driver, Denis Klishchevsky, is going to move on to the top 16, leaving Pavel out in the top 32. As we have our next battle, ooh, the battered and bruised.
Yeah, I believe our last and final battle of the top 32, unless we see Roman and Silvestros after that.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen the buy run from Silvestros yet. So, Anton, in that S13 in the chase position, Ilkin in the lead lane with that big BMW and a weird initiation for the S13. As he's trying to just steer. Oh, snapping all over the place. Can't get that car to grip. So now it's just going to be up to Ilkin to finish out this run on his own. And he'll make it through to the next round. And hopefully everything's okay with the poor battered S13.
Yeah, it certainly looked like it was more car trouble than user error here. You see the car just wants to snap in that chase position as Ilkin keeps the run going. And again there, spinning all the way out. But good on Ilkin in this lead position here in the BMW. He struggled a little bit in the wet surface yesterday. Ended up getting a pretty decent run in towards the end of the event. But here he is again in the lead position, doing well and certainly getting an advantage.
Now that I'm seeing that S13 a little, I think he's the same one that went into that wall right off the touch and go and broke that rear suspension.
He certainly was, and seeing that replay once again as well, you could actually see the headlights cutting off and on, and I'm not sure if that's an indication of maybe loss of power.
No, if you remember yesterday, he had the blinky lights. So the one side.
Well, he did have, yeah, the one was lower, but yeah, it's I don't know. It looked like everything was sort of flashing in the car. I wonder if it was maybe like intermediate, ons and offs as he was trying to get through that run.
I think they were just, do you see what I see in the background?
I do.
Oh, the day is not over. So we're going to flip them around. And yeah, this is the same one. So we had blinky lights yesterday. Once the night came around, the one side would blink and then the other side would blink. He'd have them alternating different styles. So Anton in the lead lane now, getting chased down by Ilkin in the BMW E92. Ooh, a big fireball from Ilkin's car as they initiate in. And again, not able to get the car to initiate. And he pulls right off to the side of the road and brings that car to a halt and shuts down the run. So Ilkin will be advancing on to the top 16 as he puts on a little show for the crowd for the second final run of the team, or of the top 32, sorry.
Fortunate to see here for Anton in that lead position, having to shut the run down super early. They'll quickly go to the judges, and Ilkin will get the win and move on.
Well, we've waited all top 32, and it looks like we're going to finally see who's going to win the battle between Roman and Silvestros. And there they are at the line. Now, Roman absolutely decimated in qualifying yesterday, coming so fast into this first touch and go point. So we'll see how he can do against Silvestros' BMW as they get off the line, and he is coming in quick, already initiated in, and not getting as deep as he did yesterday into that outer zone, a little tentative on it, but Silvestros taking that really inside line just to try and hang with the speed that Roman is putting down as he transitions into that final outer zone, and a huge gap established all the way up until that finish line.
Yeah, Roman flying through the course here, and we get to see that aggression once more. He does come up a little short there in that first touch and go, but nicely with a small correction into outside zone 1, and then just continuously establishes a gap here in this lead position. Again, just cooking it through that last and final outside zone.
Yeah, what a good run from Roman. Maybe Maybe still a little hesitant though, as he did just fix the car. I'm sure he doesn't want it to break on him again.
Yeah, running Velinos on that car today and just a ton of grip. And a ton of grip on this dry surface earlier in practice, leading to that broken diff that he had earlier.
Well, the new diff, or the fixed diff, seems to be working well for now, as they are back up around to the top of the hill and switched around. Silvestris in the lead lane now, and Roman ready to give chase. As our track marshal grabs the start light. Well, come on now, we want to see it go green. There we go. Gives the thumbs up to Roman. And off we go. Silvestris in the lead lane. Roman giving chase. Silvestris already initiating in. Whoa! Spinning around, going up into the wall. And that looks like Roman hit the side of him as well. Roman has been involved in that accident into the wall from Silvestris.
Yeah, it looked to even be underneath Silvestri's car there. Gotta hope both the cars are okay, as well as the drivers. I think the drivers are fine. I have to wait and see if there's more damage that Roman has to assess here on this car.
You can see just a flutter of people checking the cars out, making sure everything's okay. Can we keep running?
And track staff was extremely fast here.
And that's very good to see. It's very good to see a reactive track staff. They get there quick. That way, if there was any potential danger of a fire or anything, here's the replay.
Oh, yeah, actually enters in way on the outside super early, and it does look to be a lot of dust out there. Putting those back tires along it has led to the complete loss of grip there coming into the first touch and go.
Oh, this would be a better
you
shot.
You can see it there,
above.
all the dust, cloud up there.
Poor Roman's car just taking a beating this round of the Eastern European Drift Cup. And looks like the winner right away is going to go to Roman. And he will advance into the next round from that huge off that Silvestris had.
Yeah, it was good to see Roman get his car together for this top 32 battle. And as you said, he'll move on into the top 16 to face off against Timofey Kosharnyy, or excuse me, Timur Lipsky. He'll be facing off against in that top 16 battle.
He sure will. Alrighty, so here is your top 16 bracket, and it is looking to shape up really good. We are going to go into a 45-minute break here while we get the top 16 all sorted out and ready to go. Give the track staff that has been working very hard here a little bit of a break. The fans a chance to go grab a nice drink and something warm to eat, and to go check out some of the cars in the pit lane. There will still be action here on the live streams. I'm sure driver interviews and commercials will be playing. There's the word I'm looking for. So you've just witnessed the top 32 of the Eastern European Drift Cup, presented by Racing.by and sponsored by Monster Energy, Parimatch, Foca TV, and Column Trade Ticket Pro. Here's a few driver interviews as we go into our break.
provider. I'll get you anything you need. Your sole provider. Your satisfaction's guaranteed. Check out my credentials. I got all of your essentials. I'm your provider. You don't need nobody but me.
Новогодние праздники – особенное время. Время приготовить любимую еду. Время длинных каникул. Наконец-то. Время посмотреть любимый фильм. Еще раз. И для всех нас это время быть вместе, даже когда мы не рядом. Новый год с домашним интернетом и телевидением от А1. И тариф без лимита для двоих в подарок.
А я своим 120 каналов подключил. 3 дня как уехал, ни одного звонка. Подключи в ОККО, рекомендую. Родные, друзья, коллеги, соседи, рекомендую только интересные телеканалы.
Parimatch. Официальный партнер Ювентус. Играют они. Побеждаешь ты.
I'm your provider. I'll get you anything you need. Your sole provider. Your satisfaction's guaranteed. Check out my credentials. I got all of your essentials. I'm your provider. You don't need nobody but me.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the Eastern European Drift Cup here at the Raubichi Winter Olympics Training Facility. The EEDC is presented by Racing.by and sponsored by Monster Energy, Parimatch, Voca TV, Column Trade, and Ticket Pro. If you're looking for the Russian stream, you can find that over at voca.tv or in the description linked in this live stream video. I am your host, Tanner, for the Top 16. Alongside, always with me, is Mr. Craig. How are you doing, good sir?
I'm doing fantastic after a nice break there. After a fantastic Top 32. Had a couple of one more times, a couple of wrecks, and Gotcha going into that wall at outside zone 2 was certainly unfortunate to see. Definitely took some rear end damage on that nice GTR. And he had to go out at Top 32 early.
Yeah, and then I think the craziest thing was right at the end of the Top 32, whose S13 appears, and that is Roman's. We all thought he wouldn't make it to the line, but he does, and he makes it into the Top 16 after a crazy incident with the E36.
Yeah, almost got tangled up there in that first touch and go as we saw him enter in just a little bit too far on the outside and spin out right there in front of Roman.
But now we get to see him right away. As we saw right before the break, he was working on the left-hand side of the car there, the suspension, making sure everything was all right. So we'll see him in the first matchup of the Top 16. It'll be Roman versus Timur Lipsky. So it'll be good to see those two go against each other as the Top 16 happens really quickly. So don't go anywhere. Grab the snacks that you needed from the break, as we're going to be back to drifting very, very shortly.
Yeah, we certainly will. And Timur, he's got a lot to handle with Roman. Roman is just looking extremely fast through the course. Now, we only got to see him really on his single lead run, and he did have trouble with the car early on today with his rear differential giving out. So hopefully that can stay intact for his Top 16 battle against Timur coming up really soon. And there they are at the line.
So there we go. Car number 911 of Roman in that S13, racing for Black Star Penguin. Beside him in the chase position, Timur Lipsky for the Cheka team. And off they go for the first run of the top 16. Roman out front. Timur giving chase. Good initiation. Missing out on that touch and go just a little bit, but clean into outer zone 1. Look at the smoke. Roman's already filling. Timur's getting lost in the smoke trail, trying to keep it going. Roman's right out there now into outer zone 3. Timur on that inside line, trying to make up that ground again, but can't get it to stick, and a gap established by Roman right up to the end.
Yeah, Lipsky in that chase position, trying to do everything he could to keep up with Roman out front. Once Roman was settled in to this first outside zone, he established a massive gap. And you see Timur back there in that chase position have to cut the course, trying to catch back up and get into the pocket of that lead car. Man, great lead run to start this top 16 out.
I think there's no better way to start the top 16. As we see that
To be fair, we'd like to see a little bit better chase run, but again, just the pace of Roman's car out here on this dry surface is insane.
Yeah, and in the slow-mo, I do get to see it. He does get lost in that smoke line that Roman's generating, and he just tries to find his way through it and realizes he is way offline. Back around to the top of the hill. Timur Lipsky now in the lead, and Roman chase him down as Timur is all that stands between him and advancing on to the grade 8. So the light goes green and off they go. Timur out front, Roman giving chase. Oh, look at Roman already sideways underneath the bridge. Timur getting into that touch and go really good and dropping one tire into that outer zone, but Roman is right there on his door, leaving the room for the transition into outer zone 2. Roman not giving up any breathing space as they transition into outer zone 3, but Timur doing a good job through outer zone 3, but now the door getting closed, and on the door is Roman as they cross that finish line.
Yeah, applying the pressure there at the end of the second half of this battle. As we go back to the side-by-side replay, we see Timur get a little bit on the outside of that first outside zone, has to make a small correction, but does a pretty good job here coming into outside zone 2. Makes that last and final transition, and here's where we see Roman reeling right back in, right up onto the door of Timur Lipsky out front.
And there it is, Roman advancing on to the grade 8, outbeating Timur Lipsky. And now we're going to move on to our next top 16 battle. Shubaderov Vladislav in the lead position in that Nissan Silvia S15. And beside him is Dmytry in that E46 for Cheka Racing. The light goes green and Vladislav is off to a good start, but Dmytry right beside him as they initiate in, going deep into that touch and go, transitioning back around, getting into that first outer zone. Look at Dmytry all over Vladislav as they come into outer zone 2, nice and deep. Having to go to the inside line was Dmytry, but getting right up onto the bumper, going a little too deep into outer zone 3 to try and close that gap is Dmytry, and what an aggressive chase run.
Yeah, unfortunately started to fall off the course there in that chase position towards the latter half of this course as we go back to this replay, and Shubaderov looking good out front, filling that second outside zone. A nice transition into the third, leaves it just for a second there. And again, that BMW falling off and having to work himself back up into the pocket of Shubaderov's S15.
This is something I do enjoy. Now that we see that it's dry, you know, the wet qualifying, now we really get to see the smoke line develop and just how smoky these guys can make these tires around this relatively small circuit.
As we see with this overhead, holding really good pace and a pretty solid line out front. You see that small correction. We'll switch them around for the second half of their battle.
And just like last night, that sun's starting to set and creating a bit of a blind spot in the smoke there. As we have them back at the top of the hill and changed around, Dmytry in the lead position and Vladislav ready to chase him down as they both get a good clean getaway. Already sideways is Dmytry entering in for that touch and go. Whoa, huge snap there for Vladislav, getting right up onto the door of Dmytry. He's leaving out, no stops. Dmytry taking out a bit of his back bumper and clipping the front end of Vladislav as he came around. So now he's just going to finish out this run, but we got to see that in the replay to see what happened there at Outer Zone 2.
Yeah, a lot happened in the second half of this battle. As we go to the replay here, you see Shubaderov on an inside line, but then he makes it work with that transition in the chase position, but then leaves outside zone 1 really early, has to give room, and there we see Dmytry go into the wall at outside zone 2, and Shubaderov shut the car down in the chase position.
Well, looks like he got it restarted. So we'll see what the judges have to say as he waves at the crowd. So there's Dmytry hitting that wall. Almost straightens him up. He sends it back in on the power, and it looks like maybe just Shubaderov gets on the brakes to avoid contact. He shreds the rear bumper on the BMW.
With that overview, you can see Shubaderov leaving that outside zone, bump on the wall. And it's interesting to see Shubaderov shut it down right there.
Yeah, or maybe hesitated, got on the brakes too hard and stalled out the car, but Vladislav is gonna advance on. Vladislav moving into the grade 8. So, alrighty. So Vladislav getting the win there over after that crazy wall contact and having to shut it down for safety reasons. So now we're on to our next battle here. Sergey Zak in that G Racing Nissan 370Z, and behind him is Andrey Piskarev chasing him down in that BMW. Huge snapped angle coming into outer zone 1 for the chase driver. Not able to really make it work to regain that ground. Zak on a good line here, not as deep as he could be into outer zone 2, hitting outer zone 3 nice and clean. A big correction there for Andrey in the back, and a good gap there from Sergey as they finish out that run.
Yeah, pretty solid lead out front and establishing a gap. Now, he does a little hesitation there on initiation, but he does get into that touch and go, and you see Andrey get mixed up in that first transition and not able to get into these first outside zones and starts to fall back in that last and final outside zone as well. I think Sergey is going to have quite the advantage going into the second half of this battle.
Yeah, it'll be good to see what the G-Drive 370Z can do in the chase position. So we see another angle here of that straighten and recorrect. Also reinitiation there.
Yeah, seeing it from that angle, it does look a lot worse there. And really close to a complete straighten and reinitiation, as you said.
All right, back around they come. Andrey Piskarev in the lead lane now. Giving chase is Sergey Zak in that beautiful 370Z. They get the green light and off they go. Initiating in now is Andrey. Good initiation, leaving Sergey behind a little bit at the first initiation coming through outer zone 1. Now the gap's starting to get closed in as he doesn't go that deep into outer zone 2, transitioning for the final time into outer zone 3, leaving the zone but going back in, and that gives Sergey a chance to catch back up and get right up to the door of Andrey at the finish.
Here we go, back to that replay. Sergey leaving a little bit of room there as they initiate and into the first outside zone. Nice transition, but doesn't quite fill that second outside zone. Is Andrey out front, driving out of it, rolls back into that last and final one, and they're really close to 2 tires off in that lead position. And we know 2 tires off in that lead position is a 0, but I think even without that, Sergey has quite the advantage going into the second half already, and I think he did what he needed to do in his chase position to grab the win here in the top 16.
I think he did as well, as I was just informed by a chat member there in the YouTube chat that it's actually a 350Z with a 370Z body kit. That's why it looks like a 370, but it is a 350Z.
That makes sense.
We'll see what the judges decide. And it is going to be Sergey Sak for the G-Drive team. Moving on to the Grade 8. So that'll be good to see him there. Ooh, and 2 GT86s going up against each other. One with 50 more horsepower than the other. We have Dmytro in the lead lane and Konstantin giving chase in that bright blue GT86. Dmytro initiating in for that touch and go, trying to get it to angle as he transitions into outer zone 1. Konstantin right there with him, taking that really deep inside line though as they transition into outer zone 2. Dmytro cutting the whole course and straightening out there, trying to get the car to cooperate with him, but it just isn't. So he stays behind and falls out of drift while Dmytro finishes out his run nice and sideways.
Yeah, it looks like he was just struggling to keep that car settled in behind the lead here, as we see on that inside line. Makes the transition nice, but then it doesn't want to get to angle and then drives all 4 wheels off the track, unfortunately, and that is going to be a big 0 in that chase position as we move on into the second half.
Maybe from this upper view, we'll be able to see a little more clearly on what might have happened here. Yeah, it looks like he went to go dive into outer zone 2 and just cut himself off on the line he was taking, to the line that Dmytro already had, and had to back right out of it.
Yeah, it's as he makes this transition here, once he's through it, the car just stops, straightens out, and really has to sort of reinitiate into the drift. And once he does, he grabs too much angle and the car drives right out of that outside line and down outside of the course as well.
Well, back up the top of the hill and switched around. Konstantin now in the lead side, and Dmytro ready to chase him down. And off they go, smoking the tires off the line as Konstantin initiates in, not really getting to angle on that touch and go though, trying his hardest, but Dmytro right there behind him, giving him a little bit of space after seeing that initiation. Now coming through outer zone 2, really tight inside line for Dmytro. No, an over rotation, and he spins. Good job from Dmytro to spin out of that and not hit Konstantin. As Konstantin spun coming into that, and that transition into outer zone 3.
Yeah, unfortunate to see once again not being able to complete the run. Over rotates into that last and final zones. We go back to the replay here. Doesn't quite make it out to the touch and go. Gets back into it nicely here in that outside zone 1, and then falls short once again for 2. And there we see him over rotate and then pick up throttle and get out of the way of Parkhomenko in that chase position.
Nice slow-mo shot of the spin out.
Yeah, good job to recognize Parkhomenko was coming in. Needed to get out of the way there, and there he is, getting the win. He'll move on into grade 8.
So there's the first part of the bracket. Roman and Shubaderov. And then Sak and... Oh, my sheet went away too fast. And Dmytro. So now we have Nikolay in the E36. That Sonic, beautiful Sonic powered E36. Up against Alexander in that Ford Taunus. Initiating in is Nikolay. Getting into that touch and go. Good transition into outer zone 1. Deeper into outer zone 1 is Nikolay, who now we see the lead driver getting right up against that wall and transitioning in to outer zone 3, but going way off and taking out the rear end of his BMW on the wall and letting the Ford Taunus of Alexander catch back up with him.
Yeah, and I was going to say, we've taken out this lead run here with this massive advantage through outside zone 1. Makes a nice transition here, gets majority of that outside zone 2. And then, as you pointed out, just way wide, all 4 tires off the track there, which is going to result in a 0 for his lead run.
Funny they're
looking
showing
here
this.
In the chase position. Yeah. It's going to catch him filling that outside zone 2 perfectly.
Yeah, it just goes right offline and taps the wall. So they're going to look at it.
I'll look at it right here trackside as well, seeing if they need to take a 5-minute competition timeout. We'll see if he pulls off back into the pit. And no, they're going to go back up to the start.
Oh, looks like Nikolay's car is good. Oh, looks like they're going to use the gutter there to check underneath his car.
Innovation.
Adapt and overcome.
Really was quite smart here. Wait, is that... Okay, never mind. Yeah, there is a cone stuck under there. There it is.
We got the cone back. So now we can continue on with this top 16 battle. So now Alexander in the lead and Nikolay giving chase. Gorkovenko having that big off in his last run. Let's hope he keeps it together this time around. Alexander out front in that Ford, initiating in. Good initiation, missing out on the touch and go though, and into outer zone 1 as well. And you have Gorkovenko in behind him, filling out that zone. Missing out on outer zone 2 as well. Not a good run here for Alexander. Can't find it into any of the zones. Tries to get the last little bit of 3, but there's Gorkovenko all over him as they come across that line.
Yeah, he needed to do everything he could in that chase position after going off track in the lead. And here we go with the replay and the side-by-side. Not quite filling that outside zone in that lead position, as well as number 2. They're trying to jump on the door. But very awkward line there from that lead, and then getting really close to straightening up just before crossing that finish line as we go back to the replay. One tire in that chase position across the line. But again, lead on a very inside line himself. And then makes his transition and drives completely out of that outside zone for the first half.
Yeah, I honestly think it's just the line that he was on is why he puts the tire over that white line. Just knows he can't get right up beside him without being almost 2 tires over. So drops back a bit, only puts the one over and makes up for it in the next one. But Alexander is going to get the win.
Absolutely. Didn't have a 0 in his lead, while Nikolay unfortunately had that 4 tire off in the last outside zone.
So there we go. Alexander making his way to the Great 8 as we got Nikita Shikov and Artur Gavrilenko. Both these two are really good drivers. They showed it in qualifying and in their first sets of battles. So here comes Nikita already sideways and smoking out in that JZE 90. Oh, and a huge hit from Artur into that first outer zone. What a hit that was.
Yeah, that was quite massive there. Almost looking like the S14 hopped completely off the ground there. We'll wait on this replay. Again, Nikita out front in that fantastic looking A90 Supra here. And a big crash there in that first outside zone. So take another look. Yeah, wheel to wheel. Hops up, there it is. Fortunately, it looks like not a whole lot of damage to either car, though.
It looks like they just rubbed doors a little bit, and hopefully they'll be able to continue on with their next one.
Nikita grabbing a cone there at the end. I'm going to imagine these drivers will go back to the pits to assess their cars and check definitely that front suspension on the A90 Supra needs a look over.
Yeah, almost looks like Nikita lets off for the decel zone, and Artur has just still planted on that throttle. Alrighty, so Nikita and Artur are going to go back to the pits and check out their cars and make sure everything's okay with them before they send them again. As we have Aleksey. Or we don't have Aleksey. Don't be scared of the line, good sir. Come back. There he is. Alrighty. So, Ilkin in the chase, Aleksey in the lead. As we look over to the Supra of Nikita, looks like they're trying to rip the front bumper off the car. We'll see what kind of work they can get done. So, Aleksey in the lead. In the chase is Ilkin in the BMW E92. And we'll see what they can do. Aleksey has been on form all day long. And Ilkin's been very good in his previous battle and during qualifying too, as he's missing that headlight there. And off they go, lighting up the tires is Aleksey as they initiate into this first touch and go. Trying to get out there. Good job from Aleksey. Right sideways as we come through outer zone 1. He leaves it a bit early. Ilkin trying to keep up with the speed of Aleksey as he comes into the final outer zone, getting on that throttle. But Ilkin staying right with him this whole course, not really letting him get too far away and making sure he sticks within proximity.
I really like the aggressiveness out front here from Golovnya. Makes that first transition into the first outside zone. Does drive off of it just a little bit early, but so does Chase back there. And then flying into outside zone 3 and hangs on to that little bit of a gap that he has on Ilkin in that chase position. But the aggressiveness here, throwing the car across the track into outside zone 2 while staying on throttle was fantastic. Following that line map given from the judges, as there is no decel there on that transition, only into outside zone 1 here and into outside zone 3. We take another look, see the line getting cut just a little bit there in that chase position from Ilkin, and then doing everything he can to try and reel Aleksey back in.
And background at the top of the hill. Ilkin in the lead lane. Aleksey right beside him, ready to give the chase run. The light goes green and off. Good initiation from Ilkin, getting that touch and go, but right behind him is Aleksey, not giving him any breathing room through outer zone 1. They're going to transition now into outer zone 2. Look at the proximity and the pressure that Aleksey is putting onto Ilkin. He is making him work. He's making him scared as he puts that front bumper right up to the door as they cross the finish line.
Yeah, doing a good job to apply the pressure in that chase position this time from Golovnya. So we go back to the side-by-side here. Ilkin doing what he needs to do in the lead position, filling that first zone. But again, Golovnya right there with him as they come into outside zone 2. Golovnya trying to drop back for that transition, does just that. And then reels him back in for the last part of this course and across that finish line.
Looks like the chat was correcting me on the pronunciation there, so I'm going to try and get it right. You guys let me know. And it's Aleksey. There we go. Getting it. We do deal with a lot of names, so sometimes we do get confused up here, but we make it work.
And some new drivers for us too. Yeah, getting the win.
So Aleksey getting the win. No X, it's a K. As we have Denis for G Drive in that 180SX up against Vladimir in the BMW. Denis throwing it in nice and wide, getting that. Oh, look at that transition from both drivers right on the rear bumper, but that puts Denis Vladimir right off course. And that's going to be a couple tires off as Denis keeps on that line. As we see them go through outer zone 3 now. Vladimir trying to stick with them, but at this point, that run is dead for Vladimir as Denis crosses the line nice and clean.
Yeah, it sure is. We go back to the replay here. Denis super aggressive in that first touch and go, and then almost over rotates there, keeps it going. Does leave that outside zone 1 really early. Maybe even setting the chase up for disaster there in that first outside zone. But they continue on. And Denis has quite the lead as they cross that finish line.
Yeah, it all started from that initiation.
As most runs do.
Most runs do. That initiation means everything.
And there we get to see it from that angle as well. Yeah, it's a tough one to call there. Denis dropping a ton of speed through majority of that first outside zone. Another look at it here. Quick through touch and go. And it wasn't about till the third or fourth cone till he picks up that throttle. But at the same time, a tight section of the course where that chase driver has to be aware of what's going on out front. And almost hangs on to it, but he does fall off track right there.
Yeah, it looks like he just follows him too closely. Doesn't leave enough room for the transition, and transition's too late. As I think we only have one run left, and that would be Nikita and Artur. It looks like they're still down in the pits.
Just pulling the wheel off. They don't seem to be too much in a hurry, so hopefully they've got plenty of time to get that car in order. And look at there, Denis is going to get the win and advance on.
Wow, so... No, that is old. Because Denis is not up against Artur. What?
Yeah, you are right.
Yeah, that's an old... Because Denis right now was...
Well, I guess it wouldn't be old because, it would have been Artur and Nikita. Yeah. Yeah, that actually threw us for a loop there because they have a second.
I was looking,
yeah, they have a second.
I'm staring at the
to go.
So here we go. Oh, leaked. As we have Vladimir and Denis going for their second run. So Vladimir out front, Denis giving chase. Initiating in is Vladimir, doing good through the touch and go and good in transition into outer zone 1. Vladimir really laying down a good lead line here, but Denis all over him as we come into outer zone 3. They start to push out all the way through outer zone 3. Can he close that proximity? He can, right up to the finish line.
Yeah, Vladimir doing a good job here, nice and settled throughout this whole entire run. He does fall a little bit short of outside zone 2, but overall, just, again, very smooth, doing what he needs to do in this lead position. Does have a small bobble there in that outside zone 1, coming up short for outside zone 2, but then smooth transition here into 3, picks up throttle and holding just a little bit of a gap over Denis. Really, yeah, I think it's just going to come down to the incident that we had in outside zone 1 in the first half of their battle, where Vladimir fell off the track in that chase position. There it is, yeah.
Denis getting the win and moving on. We can see they're still working on Nikita Supra. I'm not sure why they're showing who won and who didn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure because we haven't seen Gavrilenko's car either. I wonder if maybe they had some failure in their front suspension or maybe rear.
Or could it
that
be
they couldn't get
Gavrilenko
fixed?
took his 5-minute timeout, and so Nikita used that time to try and get the Supra fixed, but now the time expired for Gavrilenko, and that means he's done. He's out. If you agree with me on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can maybe get some clarification on whether one, the graphic is correct, and yeah, how we came to this conclusion, because we still had another half of the battle to go, and we can see Nikita, not really working on the car to get it fixed for the second
because
half.
even thinking about it for the second half, even if he did take a 5-minute timeout, Nikita would still have to do the second run. Even though it would be a bye run, he would still have to do that second run. All right, so there we can see the first half of the top 8. Roman and Shubaderov going up against each other. And they're in the second half of the top 8 bracket. So it looks like Roman's ready to go, warming up those tires to go up against Shubaderov.
This could be battle of the night here.
Yeah, these two drivers both know really how to lay it down here. So it'll be good to see what they can do.
Yeah, I think it's just really going to come down to if Shubaderov can keep up with the pace that Roman has in that car today.
Well, there it is. Roman Kondratenko for Black Star Penguin Racing. He'll be in your lead lane. And beside him, Vladislav Shubaderov in that Silvia S15. Here he goes. Roman getting away nice and clean. Roman goes into this first touch and go really quick. Not filling it though as he comes into outer zone 1. But Vladislav right there with him as they come out of outer zone 1 and transition into outer zone 2. Good job filling the zone as we see them come into outer zone 3 and going, dropping 2 tires off was Vladislav through outer zone 3 as he tries to catch back up and almost rear-ending Roman after the finish.
Yeah, unfortunate mistake from Shubaderov in that chase position as we go through this replay. As you pointed out, Roman coming up short of touch and go, but Shubaderov doing a nice job to follow that line. He does cut it just a little bit there in that chase position and then tries to jump back onto the door and falls off the track there, dropping 2 wheels. And Roman continues on, finishing a very strong lead run to start the first half of their battle.
So this will be interesting. Mistakes from both drivers on that first run. So we'll see if they can clean it up on the second. Yeah, looks like Shubaderov just dives too hard to try and regain the proximity and loses it on the outer edge.
Yeah, almost like a dive in, somewhat second guess, and then get back on throttle again. But hey, there's still a second half of this battle to go. Anything can happen. Not a huge deficit in that chase position.
No, not at all. It's still anybody's battle. So now Shubaderov in the lead position. Roman Kondratenko in the chase. As they wait for the go-ahead from the track marshal there. Getting his counting fingers ready. Now the 2 men ready to do battle. Only one of them get to advance on. Thumbs up to both drivers, and that light goes green. Shubaderov getting away nice and clean, but Roman right there on his heels as they come into outer zone 1. Dropping a tire is Shubaderov. Shubaderov makes it around into outer zone 1. What an amazing transition as they come into outer zone 2. Shubaderov really laying it down here. Roman trying his hardest to keep up as Shubaderov now cleanly fills outer zone 3, but right on his door is Roman as they come up and past that finish line.
Yeah, fantastic save from Shubaderov out front. Now, unfortunate because it is going to be a deduction here as he goes just a little bit too wide for that touch and go, but fantastic transition to then get into outside zone 1 cleanly. He does leave it just a little bit early, but gets into outside zone 2 quite nice as he floats on into outside zone 3. And there we see Roman reeling back in and stay with him as they cross that finish line. Fantastic battle from these two drivers.
I'm already seeing one more times in the chat. I don't know if it'll go to a one more time, but that tire drop there, that was so clean to get it back into outer zone 1.
Yeah, and still be able to make that transition. Great piece of driving from Shubaderov out front.
And Roman gets the win and moves on in the competition, outbeating Vladislav here at Raubichi. So now we have our next battle, Sak Sergey in the 350Z for G-Drive. And chasing him is Dmytro in the GT86. Out front, Sergey initiates in. Dmytro right there with him, getting that touch and go and transitioning into outer zone 1, keeping it right on the edge of outer zone 1 is Sergey. Cutting the line is Dmytro to try and regain some of that proximity, not going that deep into outer zone 2 as they make the final transition into outer zone 3. Right on the quarter panel was Dmytro there for a second, but lost the ground just a little bit by the end of the zone and across the line.
Yeah, things are heating up here in the top 16 as we go back to this replay here. Doesn't quite make it out to that first touch and go, but nice all the way to the track edge in outside zone 1, filling the line there and into outside zone 2. And here we see that 8-6 reeling back in, but then fall back off in this last and final zone. And there they go to finish out this first half.
And what battles these are shaping up to be. And pretty soon, we're going to have no battles left. And a winner will be crowned. So who's going to advance on from these two? Well, we still have another half of the battle to go.
Yeah, and I still think anyone's game. There was a couple of mistakes in the lead and a couple of mistakes in that chase.
Alrighty, so Dmytro in the lead lane now. Sergey giving chase. And off they go for the second half of their battle. Down the straightaway under the bridge. Initiating in is Dmytro. Good initiation into that touch and go. Right behind him, though, is Sergey as they come into outer zone 1. Keeping that proximity nice and tight. Leaves some room for the transition into outer zone 2. Really deep into outer zone 2 goes Dmytro as they come in to outer zone 3, dropping a bit of tire though, but look at the proximity that Sergey and the pressure that he's putting on him, almost passing him at the finish line.
Yeah, he really almost did there. So we'll wait on this replay. Dmytro doing a really good job out front though, nice and smooth, enters in on the outside, grabs that touch and go, and very smooth once again into outside zone 1. But Sergey right there with him in that chase position. Transitions right there. And he may do just enough here to grab the win here in this battle. Again, it's just so close to passing him before crossing that finish line. Again, not the ideal thing you want to see in that chase position, leaving the line of the lead car. But he certainly almost did it. And there he is, getting the win. Sergey Sak moving on.
Getting that win over Dmytro. Dmytro was a hard-fought day for him, but I'm sure he'll be happy with where he placed, as we have what looks to be Nikita Supra, all put back together and ready to go. For Carvel Racing in the lead position, chasing him down is Alexander in that beautiful Ford Tarnas. And off they go from the start. Alexander getting a bit of a jump on Nikita, but Nikita throwing it into outer zone, into the first touch and go. What a dive that was, throwing out Alexander a little bit. Look at the smoke that Nikita is throwing up, missing out on outer zone 2, but messing up Alexander in the back. He spins out over at outer zone 2. Now it's just up to Nikita to finish this run, and look at him go. Look at that tire smoke he kicked up. Wow, what a run.
Yeah, the amount of wheel speed that he's got to be running in that A90 Supra must be very high, filling that first touch and go and getting out to outside zone 1. And you see there the Ford sacrificing a ton of line and then over-rotating in that chase position. While Nikita did make a slight correction coming into outside zone 2 and falling just shy of it, he still ends up finishing the run strong. And just look at all of that tire smoke coming out of the rear of that A90 Supra.
It definitely is a smoke machine, as we see this upshot of the replay. And there it is, yeah. Just on too far of an inside line as Alexander, and almost goes into Nikita and just grabs on the brakes to avoid hitting him. And look at that smoky run. So they're back around to the top of the hill. Nikita will be in the chase lane this time, chasing down Alexander. And here we go, ready to start their second half of the battle. Kevlar carbon bonnet, beautiful car Nikita has there. But out to a blazing start is Alexander as he initiates into that touch and go, missing out on it completely, trying to get outer zone 1, but still can't fill it. Nikita's going to come back at him now and close that gap as he manages to grab outer zone 2. Can he grab 3? Gets into 3, but then immediately leaves it and falling back into it. And no, Nikita spins. Nikita spins right at the end.
Wow. Crazy turn of events here in the second half of this battle. You see Nikita rush back to the pits there. Looks like team already knows they might be getting ready for a one more time. Once again, very interesting. I almost wonder if Nikita ran out of tire with the amount of wheel speed he's using in that Supra. Thing has just been a smoke machine. Wait and see if we get a replay of the second half of that battle here, or maybe a quick decision.
As we just wait patiently for the results to come in to see what's going to happen here. Will it be a one more time? Will Nikita get the win? Will Alexander get the win over Nikita?
Here we go with the replay. Alexander entering in on that inside line. Nikita doing what he needs to do to reel him back in. And he does just that before making that transition into outside zone 3. And there you see it just slowly rotate and finish his run. Here we go back to the first half of the battle where we saw Alexander over rotate in his chase position. I will say Nikita did have that correction coming into outside zone 2 where Alexander did make his spin. But I don't, it's so close to call because it could be Alexander was also diving in a little bit too aggressively in that chase position as well. But it might just come down to a 0-0 in both the chase runs.
Well, now I think they're looking to see if he dropped 2 tires in that chase run, or in that lead run, because even if he spun out, okay, 0 for the chase, right there. But now watch here as we come into the roundabout, right here.
Oh, yeah, Nikita is going quite wide there.
Out, that's a 0-0 for this run, which brings it all down to the chase and the lead. Now, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but I know it's already going on in our heads. And there it is. Nikita getting the win over Alexander.
Это были очень два странные и грязные заезды. Не такие хочется заезды видеть в топ-8 EEDC. У Шикова было при заезде первом много ошибок, но он набрал какие-то баллы. У Палма был 0, собственно. Вы смотрели очень долго и упорно, было бы ли 2 колеса в заезде Шикова в последнем аутсайд-зоне. Не было там 2 колеса, было 1, поэтому Шиков идет дальше. По первому заезду Шиков идет дальше, потому что, да.
Back. Yeah, so a small little explanation there. I think is what it's going to come down to is, yeah, it ends up being lead versus lead as both the chases were zeroed out. And overall, yeah, Nikita did have a much smoother lead. Now, he did come really close to dropping those 2 tires in his lead, but it was also after Alexander had already spun in his chase. So, a tough call. And Nikita will move on.
He sure will. As we have Aleksey getting there. In the chase position. And in the lead will be Denis. The G Drive 240 SX, or 200 SX, depending on where you're from. S13. All the names. So we can see them warming up some tires.
I'm watching these battles today. I think Golovnya might be the favorite here in this battle between these two. But at the same time, Denis is a very aggressive driver and comes out swinging. So certainly anybody's battle going into this.
So let's see what can happen between these two. I think our track guys are just waiting for that confirmation to send these 2 cars. Here we go. Up to the line. Denis in the lead lane. Aleksey in the chase position. Denis in the S13, Aleksey in that S14. They get the go-ahead to go. Initiating in is Denis, super wide into touch and go as he comes into outer zone 1. Right on his door, though, is Aleksey. Not any breathing room as he goes for a really inside line out of 1, barely grabbing 2. Now for the transition into 3, holding 3 nicely, but Aleksey giving him just a nice little bit of room, not getting right up on the door and finishing out the run.
Yeah, doing what he needs to do in that chase position. While a couple of mistakes happened here in the lead. As you see there, Denis driving off of that first outside zone. Doesn't quite make it out to outside zone 2. And then floats it on in for 3. With Golovnya right there in that toe position. Nice overhead here where we can see Denis drive off that outside zone. But Golovnya doing a really good job in the chase to following right through it. Making that last and final transition. Good on Denis out front for this last outside zone. And there they go, finishing out the first half.
The first half done and over. And now they switch around. Aleksey in the lead lane. And Denis ready to chase him down. Hear the announcer in the back getting that crowd hyped for these two. And off they go, shooting some flames as Denis as they initiate in. Going into that touch and go and transitioning into outer zone 1. Denis right there with him though through outer zone 1. Aleksey fills the whole zone into outer zone 2. Not as deep, but still making the zone as he transitions now into outer zone 3. Denis trying to stay with them and get closer to that door as he really lights up those tires, and they finish side by side across that line.
A really exciting second half to this battle here. So we wait on this replay to come through. And here we go, side by side. Quite the gap established, and filling that first touch and go is Golovnya. Nice into outside zone 1. Very smooth transition across. And there you see Denis trying to dive in to that pocket of Golovnya out front. And there they go across the finish line. Very close, tit for tat. And here we go, quick from the judges, and Golovnya gets the win and moves on.
So there we go, Aleksey, Golovnya moves on to the semifinals. First round we're gonna see is Roman and Sak, and then Golovnya and Nikita for our semifinals. We're going to get our semifinalists up to the line here.
Так, ну что, давайте попробуем пообщаться немножко. Никита, как
давайте дождемся четвертого пилота.
Сергея, Сака, и будем уже общаться. ТОП-4, Никита Шиков, давайте шуметь, да? Давайте приветствовать пилотов, они здесь. ТОП-4, Роман Кондратенко. ТОП-4, Алексей Golovnya. И ТОП-4, Сергей Сак. Ждем его, ждем.
Ребята, пресса, можно сделать так, чтобы зрители тоже их видели? А то я как бы понимаю, ради красивые кадры, вы на все готовы?
Ну и все правильно. Вот он, четвертый. Сергей Сак. ТОП-4.
Ну что, Алексей, расскажи, как у тебя дела? Как ты дружишь с автомобилем?
Если вы посмотрите на заезд первым и на работу с рулем, то это что-то с чем-то, потому что там отдельная гонка по отношению к этой. А потом уже только эта гонка. Это очень сложно на ней ехать.
Очень сложно на ней ехать, машина на самом деле сложно управляется.
Ясно, никто не
Он
хочет
жаловался,
быть с
что
рулем.
в последней дуге у него руль просто вот таким образом вырывается, но опыт этот, который я уже напоминал, что ты первый раз приехал в Беларусь в 2010 году в мае месяце на первый этап вообще в истории EEDC на своем Ниссане, еще он был темно-темно-синий с таким спойлером, как у этих жестких стритрейсеров, да, ты помнишь?
Это был Логойск, и я его в этом же Логойске оставил об стену.
Вот так вот начинал свою карьеру Алексей Головня. Итак, дайте шум, Алексей Головня, ТОП-4.
Рома, один вопрос у меня к тебе. Валит тачка или не валит? Честно.
Валит, но не рулится.
Не рулится. Была проблема, что не валил, а теперь не рулится, да? Но ты справишься, правда?
Ну, я пытаюсь, да.
Давайте пошумим, дадим наш заряд энергии Рома Кондратенко.
Никита Шиков, он сегодня первый раз, наверное, вот такой контакт достаточно, ну, наверное, серьезный у этой машины, да? Может, потому что ты уже начал как-то прикатываться к ней и допускаешь к себе ближе. Что скажешь? Давай, расскажи.
Так и есть, но, слава богу, вроде бы все в порядке, по подвеске не повреждена. Ну, очень рад здесь стоять, очень рад зрители, атмосфера, вечер. Говорю Сереге, как старые добрые, Серега, настрой отличный, спасибо всем.
Спасибо Никите, что сегодня здесь, и за этот красивый автомобиль, за дым, который он извергает из задних колес.
Что-то там 1016 лошадей, да, внутри вот здесь? Вот.
Да они пишут, что хотят, слушай, ты там не слушай.
Да.
Это на стенде придут, скажут, сколько тебе надо. Говорит, я люблю 1016, хорошо будет 1016. Вот Серега любит, когда 367. 383.
Да.
Серега с тех старых времен, когда 383 это было супер много, поэтому он бомбит на ней на всю мощь, да?
А на чем ты выиграл EEDC 16 года?
На BMW.
Да, на BMW.
Да, царь выиграл на Бете.
На Бете.
Всем привет еще раз. Спасибо, что вас стало еще больше. Ни капельки не меньше. Вас разгонит только дождь, и то, я думаю, не всех. На самом деле, вот так наблюдаю со стороны, мне так вот приятно наблюдать, что вот этот вот старенький, слабенький динозавр стоит с такими просто суперкарами, суперпилотами. Очень приятно видеть Леху здесь. Рома здесь уже у нас завсегдатай. Принимаем это. Никитос, видите на его улыбку. Это все эти зубы видны по максимуму. Это очень хорошо. Это настроение дарите вы, дарит эта погода, дарит эта инфраструктура, организаторы. Спасибо большое. Буквально еще 5 минут и ворвемся в эту темноту.
Что мы сейчас должны с вами сделать? Давайте, эти парни заслужили самую крутую, самую шумную волну, которую мы можем сделать.
Я приглашаю
без остановки.
ТОП-4, станьте рядом, друзья, станьте рядом. Вот прям вот, ну, чтобы увидеть навстречу этой волне.
Садимся все. Можете фонарики включить. Включите фонарики. Здесь хоть не Логойск, но атмосфера супер крутая. Давайте подарим немного энергии, эмоций нашим пилотам, которые выкладываются здесь по полной. Садимся все. Готовы? Фонариков мало, по-моему. Вы же помните, да? По моей команде и максимум шума. Поехали!
Давай, 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 громче! Пошла, пошла, родная! Еще, еще! Раубичи!
Громче! Ну что, ребята, отлично! Парни, покажите нам настоящий, крутой, самый лучший дрифт, на который вы способны. Я рад вас сегодня здесь видеть. эту топ-4. Два чемпиона Беларуси будут сражаться против двух пилотов российской дрифт-серии. Хотя все это пилоты российской дрифт-серии, кстати, РДС-GP, то есть топовые пилоты. И я думаю, что все попали сюда заслуженно. Еще раз дайте шума парням!
And there are the top 4 drivers, our semifinalists, ready to duke it out to see who's going to win this round of the Eastern European Drift Cup.
Getting chants from the crowd for Roman.
Передо мной, наверное, легенда дрифта Георгий Чивчян. Очень обидно за тех сход, за вот такую вот ситуацию. Искренне говорю. Посмотрите, сколько зрителей собрал этот человек. Мне кажется, возле техпарка нет столько людей, просто как возле этого человека. Посмотрите, это просто бомба! Это бомба! Георгий, мы вас давно не видели, мы очень по вам скучали, искренне. Скажите, когда мы вас в следующий раз увидим?
Ну, я постараюсь приехать как можно скорее.
Ну, у вас, я знаю, что плотный график, я знаю. Но пообещайте нам, вот и пообещайте зрителям, что хотя бы разок вы в следующем сезоне приедете к нам.
Про следующий сезон не могу утверждать, потому что я не знаю, какой будет календарь. Ну, приеду я обязательно, потому что я с большим удовольствием всегда приезжаю в Минск. И у нас есть теперь вторая машина.
Да.
Вот, мы можем позволить себе приехать, лишь бы график состыковался.
Скажите в 2 словах, все-таки, как вам ГТР?
ГТР мне нравится, я сегодня излишне радовался ему. Вот, и в парном заезде подумал, что надо еще лучше выполнить задание, запихать в клиппинг зоны глубже. Вот, и получилось так, что возле блоков не подрасчитал. У меня Сильвия покороче ГТР. Я, видимо, по ощущениям ехал как на Сильвии, примерно на таком же расстоянии от блоков, но получилось так, что у ГТР там вот эти 30 сантиметров как раз есть, и, в общем, не подрасчитал. Ну, кто
Нам
не ошибается,
очень обидно, правда.
кто не ошибается, тот не выигрывает, поэтому берем как опыт. Самое главное, что ГТР прошел тест, я по мокру прошел квалификацию неплохо. Сегодня на тренировке по сухому асфальту очень неплохо, по моему мнению, проехал. Машина меня радует, рулится хорошо, валит. Вот. Жалко, что я расстроил команду, расстроил болельщиков моих. Смотрите, как много.
Да, очень много.
Вот.
Ну,
будет повод приехать еще раз, и я обязательно приеду.
Класс,
да, и показать класс.
Спасибо вам большое,
Спасибо.
Георгий, что приехали к нам. Спасибо, спасибо.
So there we had a previous interview with Gocha, sadly, who crashed out during his run and almost tearing the whole rear end off his R35 there at Autozone 2. So we hope he can get it fixed and we see him at a future event as our finalists get back into their car and get ready to duke it out. And our first matchup is going to be this man on screen, Roman and Sergey. And the crowd just loving this out there. It's great to hear them all chanting and doing the wave. Made me want to do the wave right from my chair.
Don't lie, you did.
I kind of did.
Yeah, as you said, awesome to see the crowd into it. Hyped for these last 4 battles. Well, last 4 drivers. First up, Roman and Sergey. Roman with all the pace today in that 180SX. Putting some heat to those Velinos I think I saw in the rear. It's G-Drive 350Z with a 370 kit over top of it. Interesting little car, but it looks good. It fits nicely.
Yeah, it definitely does. Here comes Roman up the hill. He's going to get some heat into those tires before he gets up there. So we see Roman getting his tires nice and warm. He's at the line. He's ready to go.
See someone in the chat asking about the earlier call with Nikita. If you want to back the live stream up just a little bit, there was a Russian explanation that came through, but I think what we understand is it came down to lead versus lead as both chase runs zeroed out. So instead of, just running full one more time, you then judge.
I am going to cut you off here, Craig, as we got our first semifinal battle started with Roman out front, getting chased down, almost clipped into that touch and go, coming into outer zone 1. Right on him, though, is Sergey in that 350Z, missing out on outer zone 2, coming into outer zone 3 now. A gap established. Sergey's going to try and push back up on that inside line as they come up and around the finish, with Roman having a bit of a gap there at the end.
Yeah, he certainly did, but Sergey coming out swinging and super aggressive in the chase position here, almost making contact in that first touch and go, but nice transition from Roman out front, filling that first outside zone. Does come up short for outside zone 2, but Sergey doing a good job in that chase position to follow the line, but he does fall back just a little bit there, has to cut a bit of the course to try and keep up with the pace of Roman.
Again, while we're getting these replays, quickly finish up your sentence, Craig, before we have to go back to racing.
No, I think we got it all with Nikita getting the win and moving on into the final 4. And just both chase runs zeroing out, and then it came down to lead versus lead. Look at these slow-mo shots of Roman and Sergey here. Still got a second half of the battle to go as well.
And these guys are bringing out all the stops for these last few battles. So here we go, back around at the top. Sergey Sak in that G-Drive 350Z in the lead lane. And this man here getting his taillight reattached. Roman Kondratenko. In the beautiful S13 of his. They get the green light. Off they go for the second half of this battle. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Roman? Is it going to be Sergey? Roman already sideways underneath the bridge. Sergey doing a good job dropping a tire through the touch and go and getting nice and deep, maybe a little too deep, dropping a tire into outside zone 1. Transitioning now out into outer zone 2. Nicely done, but look at Roman all over Sergey, giving him no breathing room as they come through outer zone 3. Pushing back up onto the door is Roman as he is on the lock stops across the line.
Yeah, and again, that pace that Roman has, even in the chase position, but he does come up really short there in touch and go, while Sergey goes a little wide there and dropping a tire, then dropping a tire in outside zone 1, but he was deeper for outside zone 2. And there you see Roman reeling him back in, has to fall back into that line just a little bit, but then when he picks the throttle right back up, he surges back onto the door.
judging by those cheers, that is not the right graphic. That was a very old graphic. Let's try and find the new graphic. I can imagine the guys in the production crew are typing very fast to get that graphic in.
And maybe not taking another look at the replay here, side by side. Again, Roman coming up a little short for outside 2, while Sergey fills it in his lead. See there the nice proximity and line through outside zone 3 by both of the drivers.
All right, and there we go. Roman getting the win over Sergey, and he will move on to the finals. The second time we've seen him there. Now, who's going to join him? Will it be Aleksey or will it be Nikita?
Добрый вечер. Ну, по заезду
So here we go.
немного. Получается,
Aleksey
на
in the
постановке,
S14 in
когда
the lead lane.
Рома ехал первым, Сергей его немножко коснулся, и из-за этого сломалась дуга первая у Кондратенки. В целом там минимальное преимущество у Кондратенки, вообще минимальное. Ну, а получается, когда они поменялись местами, Сергей коснулся на постановке в тач-н-гоу землю, потом вывалился одним колесом в первой дуге, ну, а Рома молодец, отработал. Ну и, в принципе, победил.
All right, so it looked like we got an explanation there for why Roman got the win. And now we're going to send our second semifinalist, see who's going to go face Roman in the finals. Will it be Aleksey? Will it be Nikita in the Supra? Off they go, the green light. Aleksey has been fighting hard all day to get to where he is, already drifting underneath the bridge and initiating into that touch and go. Beautiful job, but right beside him is Nikita, right up on the door as he leaves outer zone 1 a little early, but flies into outer zone 2, going a little bit short. Nikita sticking right there with him, even though he's using that inside line. He come through outer zone 3 and pushing it all the way to the end.
Yeah, looking like Nikita had to do everything he had to do with that Supra to keep up with the pace of Golovnya out front. Very smooth into outside zone 1. Does make a very, very small correction into 1, but then gets into 2 while Nikita falls very short. Here they go through outside zone 3, the last and final zone of the course. And across that finish line with Golovnya out front with a little bit of a gap here.
Look at that inside line compared to how far out Golovnya was there to grab that zone. Because we know when it comes down to these final runs, the judges get even more nitpick here for mistakes.
There we see that minor correction in that first outside zone from Golovnya, but nicely into 2, and then Nikita falling short of outside zone 2. Quite the mistake there in that chase position. But we still have a second half.
That's right. There's still one more half to this battle as they get back up to the top of the hill. Nikita in the lead lane now, and Aleksey giving chase. Who will go to see Roman? We will find out here when this light goes green and this run ends. We wait for our track official to give them the thumbs up. And the light goes green. A A good jump there from Nikita off the line, but right on his back bumper is Aleksey as he dives and drops a tire into that touch and go, and going way wide into outer zone 1. Aleksey trying to stay up with them, putting it on the door through outer zone 2, getting lost in the smoke is Aleksey as they come into outer zone 3, but again looking like more tires being dropped from Nikita in that lead, and Aleksey right there with them all the way to the end.
Wow, very interesting turn of events here in the second half as we'll get to side-by-side. And as you pointed out, Nikita dropping a tire in touch and go as well as outside zone 1. Makes the transition, and Golovnya really going after it while Nikita falls short of outside zone 2, picks up throttle and dives straight for outside zone 3. While Golovnya had to make a big correction in the chase. There we go, looking at it slow-mo again. Nikita coming up very short for outside zone 2, and then diving down to the inside very quickly and straight on in to outside zone 3, leaving Golovnya behind.
Here we'll get a great angle. Is all the tires that were dropped by Nikita in that lead when we look at lead to lead.
Yeah, really close to 2 there in that last and final outside zone as well. Yeah, it's tough. Here we go, and Golovnya gets the win.
Golovnya wins over Nikita. What a turn of events here today, but well-deserved from Aleksey. Look at him, he's excited. He hasn't even won yet.
He won the battle, though, and well-deserved. Good driving from Golovnya here today. And he's still got another battle to go.
He's probably got the hardest battle of his life coming up. Nikita was just the sub-boss.
And chat going crazy as well for Golovnya getting that win and moving on into the finals.
Yeah, good job from Golovnya. I mean, he's been driving so hard all day. He has had that drive that he is going home with a win tonight. And you know what? Even if he gets knocked out and gets second place, that is one epic drive from him today.
Yeah, and we got notes early to watch out for Golovnya, that he would be a driver to move far into this competition. And here he is going on into the finals. Looked strong yesterday too in the wet conditions. Very slippery through that last and final outside zone. And then again, just the pace that he has had all day in that S14. We'll just have to wait and see if it's going to be enough to keep up with Kondratenko.
And look at that, all the lights in the crowd. That is so cool. I wish I was there. I wish we were there. This looks like such a fun time.
Yeah, super fun event. And they were giving out prizes all weekend too in the little promo areas of Parimatch.
We could have gotten a prize.
we could have gotten a prize. Even think
Maybe next year.
I read something about some VR races as well. Right?
Ooh.
Fun times. Everybody
Maybe
involved.
next year we'll get invited to go out once the world settles down a little bit. And this would be a trip I would love to make.
Yeah, seen in chat that Belarus always has great atmosphere. And I believe it after these past 2 events we've been involved with. Good times over at the North European Zone. And here again at the Eastern European Drift Cup.
So we can see them getting ready for their final battle. Making sure everything's in check on the car.
And I'd have to say a quick thank you to everybody tuning in today. I know we've seen a couple of chat messages saying that the Russian stream has had quite the issues today. So we hope we are bringing you some form of entertainment today.
Look, Craig, that's where we could be sitting if we went there, in the booth. I guarantee that's the media center right there. Or we could be up there with the drone guy, up on the roof. That's right, you thought you were safe hiding on the roof, but we see you. There we go, wave to the camera.
Oh, actually, I think that's where we would be.
Oh, yeah,
It's
look
like
at that
Judges
little media
Tower.
center up there.
Wave to the camera.
Oh, we're waving back, everybody. You just can't see it. No, we appreciate the kind words in the chat. We do try our hardest, and we are still learning a lot of the names, and we hope to get all the pronunciations down. We do deal with a lot of European names, so we have a lot of different pronunciations for different names, and we try our hardest up here.
Yep, a couple of the drivers we're a little bit familiar with through the virtual drifting side. Magomed Omarov, Roman Kondratenko. Even though doing this event, we learned that we have been saying Roman's last name wrong this whole time.
A few years now.
Yeah. But he does a good job over there in the virtual scene as well.
He does. But now I'm excited to see him potentially win another event. But I think this man's going to be a hard one.
I was about to say, work cut out for him for sure with Golovnya.
We should get the drone to like race the track.
He said, "Get out of here."
We're trying to do stuff. Not sure where their the producer stands are this day, but I remember before it was like a warehouse. Oh,
look at your third place battle.
Third place battle will be happening. We were waiting on confirmation for it, but now we see it here live. So Nikita in the lead lane for Carvel Racing, and for G-Drive in the chase, is going to be the 350Z of Sergey as they initiate in. The Supra fill in that touch and zone almost backwards. Oh, and Sergey hitting the back of Nikita's Supra, but Nikita, he wants to burn off those tires. He's still going. Nikita wants this third place matchup as they come into outer zone 3 and finishing out the run, smoking out the arena. Wow.
Yeah, unfortunately, the only driver to finish the first half of this third place battle as we wait on this replay to come through. And overall, Nikita looks smooth here through the first part of this course, getting into touch and go, and then the contact there in that chase position. And Nikita just continues on, again, coming up short for outside zone 2. But at this point, it doesn't necessarily matter as long as he keeps it on the course and keeps it going. There he goes across that finish line, taking advantage here in the first half of this third place battle.
A definite advantage indeed, but can he make it work? I think they're looking here at the D-cell zone.
And Nikita's car just getting beat up today.
Nikita Suprov. I like that.
I got that as well.
Yeah, they're definitely looking at that D-cell zone to see if it was Sergey's fault for going too fast or if it was Nikita's fault for braking too much. But they're back up at the top of the hill and they're ready to go. Let's see who's going to take third place. Sergey in the lead, Nikita giving chase. Let's see that light go green. There it goes. And off goes Sergey, hearing that supercharger roar as he initiates into that touch and go, gets through it cleanly, transitions into outer zone 1, just keeps it nice and clean through outer zone 1, and Nikita spins! Nikita spins out, but manages to hold it together as Sergey comes through outer zone 3 now and finishing out his run. So now I want to see the replay on if he fully spun or if he just had a big overcorrection.
Yeah, it's going to be close, and here we go with the side-by-side here. Sergey out front, coming into outside zone 1. Very interesting there. Sergey making a correction before getting the tap from Nikita, and then looks to be somewhat down on power. The motor sounded a little off there. You can hear the supercharger whine in that touch and go, but then you don't hear it really much at all, and a very low smoke line through outside zone 1 as well as outside zone 3. But either way, contact 2 wheels off in that chase, and he technically does keep it together.
He does, yeah. Using the power that Supra has to really bring that rear end back around and keep it in drift. So this might come down lead run to lead run.
That's really close there too to a straighten, in my opinion, in this
very
lead.
Close. We'll be able to see it more clearly from up here.
Yeah. Oh, just that slight tap there.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's really close. I even hear it's hard to see with the smaller picture there. But we may get a decision.
Could we go one more time? If I was a judge in this opinion, I would go one more time just to get a cleaner run out of the two.
Yeah, absolutely. As we go back to the replay once more. And you see there, yeah, it almost looks like Sergey picks up the handbrake there at the last portion of that outside zone, and then right there before making the transition into 3. But at the same time, could the run be over at the point of Nikita making the contact and spinning? Yeah, and still getting a lot of one more times in the chat as well. I think we can hear him in the crowd chanting one more time earlier. Still haven't heard from these judges, and a tough call indeed to make.
And there it is. Nikita.
Yeah, wow.
Nikita getting the win over Sergey.
Смотрите, в первом заезде, когда Никита ехал первым, контакт по вине Сергея. Ну, это очевидно было. А когда они поменялись, контакт Никиты тоже из-за Сергея, потому что он в момент там дернул ручник и замедлился, и Никита его коснулся. Ну и, в принципе, потом из-за того проблем с двигателем у Сака в конце, вот на входе в последнюю зону, там были очень много прямых колес. Ну, соответственно, это тоже 0 баллов. Да. То есть победил Никита.
So there we go, our third place winner, Nikita. Nikita getting that win and having to load his suit. Oh, he just pointed at his car and crossed his arms. Does that mean that the Supra has had it?
I mean, it might have. It really got beat up today. It was in several collisions. Here we go with Roman and Golovnya. Super excited for this last and final battle. Both super aggressive drivers. Both have held extreme pace through the course today. And I hope they can keep it up for this last and final battle.
As we see Roman slowly coming to the line. Behind him will be Aleksey. They are loading Nikita's Supra onto the tow truck.
Go ahead and let us know in chat, too, who your favorite to win this last and final battle here.
Yeah, we love hearing from you guys. We are actively always reading the chat, too, so we keep up on what you guys are saying. We try to...
Yeah, we try
to anyway. Sometimes you guys are just lighting it up.
Roman coming off the recent win at the NEC Drift. Here he is again in the finals.
That is right.
EEDC.
So in the lead will be Kondratenko Roman for Black Star Penguin in that Nissan S13. Following right behind him is Aleksey Golovnya in his Silvia S14. And this will be your final battle for the Eastern European Drift Cup 2021, presented by Racing.by and sponsored by Monster Energy Drink, Parimatch, Voca TV, Column Trade, and Ticket Pro. We are down to our last battles of the night. Here we go. Roman out front, getting chased down by Aleksey. Roman already sideways. They come into touch and go. Beautiful into touch and go, but Aleksey right on the rear bumper as they come through outer zone 1. Having to go more inside is Aleksey. Look at the line that Roman's on, just grabbing outer zone 2 as he transitions into 3. Aleksey not giving him much room to breathe as he tries to come and put it on the door of Roman as they come across the line.
Wow, great job to get back into the fight is Golovnya, as he was maybe a little too close there and had to back off for that first transition into the outside zone. Roman coming up just a little shy there of outside zone 2, but here we see Golovnya, real Roman, right back in. Does cut just a little bit of that line, but that's all right. He, again, reels him right back in. Here we go with the overhead view. As you see there, Golovnya having to drop back in that chase position to give room for the transition. Tries to make his way back into the pocket. And here, through this last and final outside zone, slowly reeling Roman in.
This is going to be a close battle. I can see this even going into a one more time. Will the king of Belarus be dethroned by the new challenger, Aleksey Golovnya?
He certainly showed us there that he's got pace in the car. We'll see what he can do on the lead run.
Well, this could be our final run, so I want to hear that chat explode on what driver's going to win, who your favorite driver of the day's been. And let's go with the final battle of the Eastern European Drift Cup. Initiating in is Aleksey, right out to almost to the edge of the touch and go as they come into outer zone 1, dropping a tire. But look at the proximity from Roman as they transition into outer zone 2. Roman again giving him no breathing room as they transition for the last time into outer zone 3, going way wide, dropping 2 tires the whole way around. But Roman sticking right with them, right to the end. What a battle this has been.
Oh man, but unfortunate, Golovnya goes off track in outside zone 3, and I think he knows it. I think he knows he's sort of thrown it away here. He gets in to outside zone 1 just a little bit on the outside there, but Roman right in the pocket in that chase position makes the last and final transition, and here we see Golovnya just float off the track and into the dust a little bit there and works himself back onto the course. But that may just do it and give Roman the win here at the Eastern European Drift Cup.
But we can't dispel Aleksey's driving through this whole day. He has fought so hard and deserves every little bit of this.
Oh, absolutely. And either way, he's going to end up on the podium today. So we take another look of the overhead view here. Both cars firing off. Again, fantastic pace through the course as well. Very aggressive, but maybe just a little bit too much there in that last and final outside zone. Falling off the course and dropping a few tires.
And showing out for the crowd are 2 finalists before they get to be chosen. Who will be the winner? The king of Belarus himself? Or will it be this man, Golovnya? As we wait for that lovely graphic to tell us how this story is going to end. Oh, thank you, Andre A. We read your comment. I saw the other one too, just didn't have time to throw it in. Thank you.
Yeah, we respond when we can. Got the translator on, so it translates as best as it can. Not always completely accurate, but we certainly enjoy the
See, I
kind
feel like
words
they've already
from you
announced
guys.
it, and they just haven't given us the thing yet.
Or all these people could be going down to the podium as well.
That is true. The podium ceremonies will be happening.
Yeah, because I didn't hear the track announcer either come through, like the PA system, to give any type of announcement as well. So I think we're going to find out here in just a few moments. It's almost sad that it's coming to an end. Again, another fun event that these guys have put on for us today.
And these have been so much fun to do. The crowd is always wild. And we're seeing some replays here of Roman. So I'm wondering if they announced Roman as the winner.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me pull up the schedule here, see if there's any type of maybe small break before we go to the final ceremony.
Or maybe they're just using B-roll footage. Just using
It could
B-roll
be.
footage.
Definitely just showing us a couple of highlights from, again, this awesome event.
Oh, thank you again to all the good comments that are coming through on YouTube. Again, we do this for you guys. And we hope that we make it entertaining for you. That is our job, talking into these wonderful microphones for multiple hours on end.
And super early in the morning for us, too. It's just now getting to 1:15 p.m. in the afternoon, but we started early around 8 a.m., 6 a.m. for you, Tanner.
And 6 a.m. for me, yeah. It's an early start, but I love it. Always a great time. I was actually even working my full-time job as we started streaming, so...
Oh, no, don't tell them that.
Who, my job?
Yeah.
They don't need to know.
You're exposed.
So I see Roman pumping the fist there, so I'm thinking Roman got the win. Thank you. We hope to come there live. Like I said, maybe when the world calms down a little bit, we would love to come down there and enjoy
I'm not
everything.
sure if they have any type of strict restrictions right now for travel into Belarus, but I don't know.
Yeah, I know out of my country, it's not the easiest right now.
Ah, true, yeah. But yeah, as you said, I'd love to come out there, and any other events that racing.by or Parimatch will be doing, we certainly hope to be there as well.
How did Gocha lose in the top 32? Well, if you didn't see, he ate the wall. Ate the wall at outer zone 2.
He did just a little bit too much, though, right? I mean, just enough.
Too
to
much
put
sauce.
That back wheel. Yeah, that back wheel into the wall, and unfortunately broke some rear arms. I'm sure they got it fixed.
Раз. Уважаемые друзья, мы начинаем церемонию, но прежде вот этот крутой ивент, он случился благодаря усилиям команды Racing.by, благодаря мастерству этих пилотов, благодаря поддержке компаний, партнеров и спонсоров, ну и самое главное, благодаря присутствию вот этой вот замечательной, крутой публики. Друзья, вам, зрителям, мы с этого начинаем нашу церемонию. Мы вам аплодируем. Все вместе. Спасибо, что все это время были с нами. Этот кубок мы как бы завершаем такой интересный, яркий, насыщенный сезон. И он не был бы таким крутым без вас. Так что это действительно большая-большая сила. Ну и хочу дать слово все-таки отцу-основателю. Айк Симонян.
Ну что, начнем мы награждение. Это был очень классный ивент. Я думаю, что вам понравилось все так же, как и мне. И мы начинаем с награждения победителя квалификации, который вчера был лучше всех.
Неожиданно.
Неожиданно. Роман Kondratenko.
So yeah, there it is. Oh, he jumped so hard he knocked the camera over. So Roman Kondratenko did get the win and takes first place. Aleksey got second place.
Рома выходил
and took that win. A well-deserved hard fight. I apologize for speaking over the announcer there, but
хотел заработать 2 кола, да, я пытался, хотел, но понимал, что на этой тачке это очень тяжело. Если по мокру она едет сама, то по суху надо очень сражаться. Поэтому не верил.
Ну и давай узнаем, кто победил, да? Чуть-чуть позже, хорошо? Рома Kondratenko!
Про очень сложные на тачке тебе еще Чепа тут пару слов расскажет. Ну что, переходим к награждению победителей. И 3-е место Parimatch EEDC 2021. Кубок восточноевропейских стран по дрифту. Никита Шиков, город Москва.
Второе место и снова серебряный призер на EEDC. Ну, я думаю, в следующем году вдруг
подготовишься лучше и руль не будет выбивать из рук. Алексей Головня! Мы тебе дадим, братан, скажешь все. Город Киев, конечно же.
Победителем, обладателем Кубка Восточноевропейского дрифта становится, точнее, завоевывает, потому что по праву это слово ему пришлось приложить усилия. И это...
Роман Кондратенко!
Рома Кондратенко! Ребятки, потерпите с шампанским, сейчас пару слов все-таки. Итак, Никита, впечатления, слова, эмоции, благодарности, все, что хочешь сейчас сказать.
Просто пускай за меня говорит вот этот звук сейчас. Сейчас. Давай, слушай его.
And as we see our top three finishers popping the champagne, that will do it for us over here on the English stream. We will keep it running while they finish spraying themselves down with champagne, well, hard, and earned.
Перебил нас этим прекрасным звуком, на
So
самом
if
деле.
you've enjoyed what you've seen here today, make sure to give Racing.by a subscribe and like this video. Hit the little notification bell if you want to get notified every time that they go live. And as for that, this has been the Eastern European Drift Cup 2021 here at the Raubichi Winter Olympics Training Facility, presented by Racing.by and sponsored by Monster Energy, Parimatch, Boca TV, Colon Trade, and Ticket Pro. I've been your announcer, Tanner Johnson, and with me as always, my favorite and only co-caster, Craig Fulham.
Все, друзья, он чемпион, мы это знаем.
We'll see you guys at the next event.
И после вот этой фотки шикарной, да, покажите ваши трофеи, дружно, поднимите выше, гордитесь. Приглашается команда Racing.by на сцену, вся команда Racing.by. Racing.by! Ну что, друзья мои, спасибо всем, кто был весь этот сезон с нами. Спасибо всем, кто сегодня был с нами. Я вас всех люблю. Увидимся в следующем году.